However, the other division on the far right were actually supposed to be involved in that attack as well, and they were all coming in from an angle from right to left.
Hello, gentlemen.
But hello.
Sorry to
But
interrupt,
then,
Achilles.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Marshall. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah,
Go ahead.
whatever, man. I just started the live stream too, so people were like, "What?" No, yes, and everybody watching the live stream, we're starting our Open Saturday game. I apologize, Achilles. I'm so sorry. We just got to get
No,
rocking
you're
here.
fine.
Um, how do we want to mess with these guys? I don't have a particular scenario in mind. What I'm going to have them do is build their units. I'm going to give them each about 35 points apiece to build their units. There's a little sheet there that tells them how they can build their units. I'm going to clean up some of these cheat sheets around the table. People can duplicate those if they want. Um, to get to the umpire table, the room name is Kriegspiel, and the password is IKS all lowercase. Okay? All
Is it
right.
already up?
Yes, it is up. It's the same room that we were just in.
Oh,
You know what?
crap. I just,
why don't I, you know what? Let's close it out because I got people in here and I'm not sure if they belong in here. Let's close it out and I'll just create the new one. There we go. Okay, new one's up, and that cleans up a lot of stuff. Okay, perfect. And then we can copy, I'll make a couple extra copies of the cheat sheet in case people need it. All right. And we have an excellent division of labor here. We've got 4 players on 4 players. So it's a 4 on 4. And let's see here. I'm going to hop down while you guys get into the room. I'm going to let both sides know that they have 35 points each. I'm going to go to red real quick. I'll be right back. All right. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yep.
Okay. Lake, have you played K22 before?
I think so.
Do you know how to
One of the test games, at least.
do you know how to build units?
Yes.
There's that little cheat sheet in the lower left. It's actually below the cheat sheet. It's called building units. I'm going to give everybody here 35 points. Lake, I'm going to make you commander in chief of the red side. So work with your team to build your units and then just kind of have it in mind. We're going to get you into your channels in a little bit. I'll be back to give you a briefing. The briefing is going to be. You might want the briefing first before you build your units. But just take a look at how to do that and answer any questions. And then I'll be back also to answer questions if anybody has them. Okay?
Question before you go.
Mhm.
Is there that 35 points to each player, including me, or is that 35 points to the brigades?
35 points to each player, including you.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody will get their own little command. You'll just kind of be the reserve or whatever you want it to be. You know, you're going to be commander in chief. You sort yourselves how you like. It's at your discretion. Okay?
All right.
All right. All right. Hello, Blue. Let's see. Has anyone here played K22 system game before? I'm not sure if you have.
Um, I might have. I've been playing the past 4 weeks, so if you've used it previously, then yeah.
Perfect. Um, Actually, no, I don't think we've used K22 the past 4 weeks. The tricky part is building units. You get to build your own units. It's number 14 down there in the lower corner. And Vindictus will make you, just by virtue of your presence here, will make you the commander in chief of the blue side.
Oh
Yeah, each one of you is going to get 35 points to build your brigades. Okay, and that includes you. So all of you will get 35 points worth of building. And look at number 14 there on how to build the units, and you can do that. And you might want to wait until you get a briefing to decide exactly what you want to build, but just kind of look through that so you have something to do and you can make an informed choice when you get your briefing, okay?
Well,
Okay, I'll be back.
Where
Marshall.
is this
Yes,
at?
yes, go ahead.
వెనకాల అది కూడా మార్చాలి.
I don't use a tabletop simulator.
Oh boy. Okay, okay. Um, let's see. I don't have this. I don't think I have the little building units cheat sheet, but what I can do is take a picture of it.
yeah, I have the PDF of your cheat sheet. I can just send it.
Well, this here is the building units part. I'll message this to you. Ready? I'm just gonna message you these two
That's
నాకు
good.
pages.
ఎప్పుడు మాట్లాడే ఓపిక లేదు.
Okay. And then let me. Okay. And I hope that took. There we go. It did. Okay. So now you have the information you need to build your units. Okay. Ready? And then we'll be using screenshots for you, so you'll have some idea. Okay.
Hey, Marshall, I don't know what you meant when you said go down the 14 and all that.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's section 14 of the rulebook, building units. It's in the module. If you have the module open, in the lower left corner of the table is this page, and it's called 14 building units. And that's your guide to how to build your unit for the game. I like to let players build their own units so they fight with what they want to fight with, not what I just hand them. And it does a good job of kind of mixing things up for the game, you know, rather than everybody having the same cookie cutter stuff, which is just boring. Do you have the module open?
Is it this one in the official module section, Steam Workshop, Kriegspiel 2022?
Yes. So open that up, and in the lower left corner of the table, you'll see what I'm talking about, and then it'll all make sense, okay?
All right.
Okay, I'll be back in a few. I've got to get the scenario going with the regular umpires. All right. Okay, guys.
It is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Marshall back. Shh.
Achilles, you again. I'm gonna have to like blow a whistle and ring a bell or something, you know, to announce my arrival.
I didn't hear. I actually didn't hear you coming in, so I'm sorry.
Well, of course you didn't. You were talking the whole time.
That's true.
Oh man, love it. We're gonna we need to come up with a quick little scenario for these guys, and maybe agree on how we want to implement order delays. Just basically divide up the work of running the two teams. There's 8 players, 4 on each side. 1, 2, 1, 2. So what I could do is give each of you 2 players to oversee. So maybe Ed and Nick oversee red, and Steele and Zeke oversee blue. Do you guys know how we build units in the K22 system?
I haven't seen it done yet.
How about you, Steele? Have you seen it done?
No, I've read the rules, but I've never seen it.
Okay. Achilles, have you seen it done?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I did it. I did it once.
Yeah. So I'm probably going to have you assist Steele and Zeke with blue. But what I'm going to have you do is, because there's enough umpires, is I'm going to assign 2 umpires per team, and then Achilles, I'll have you at the main table with me, because that keeps you on a really short leash, and you and I will kind of resolve things and keep things moving along. Okay?
All right.
So the main responsibility for the side umpires will be to communicate with their players, whereas you and I, Achilles, will run everything on the big table together.
Okay.
Any objection to that? Is that okay with anybody, or does anybody want to trade teams or positions, or does anybody here want to be lead on this or anything like that? Are we all
That sounds
okay?
good.
Okay, all right. I'm assuming we're all okay. Okay, so let's come up with a quick scenario. Does anybody have a map that they want to use? I prefer that we use one of the two Fat Lardies maps. We can use this one. I love using, this is my favorite map. But we can use any of these maps that we want. And then we just come up with a quick scenario. I like this map because you got the varied terrain. St. Blaise is a natural place to fight. You got the river, you got the roads. But if somebody says, you know, I have a great idea for a different map, I'm okay with that. Otherwise, we'll just use this map.
This is a great map.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like this map a lot.
I'm promoting everyone as I wait. Okay. All right. Then we need to go ahead. We'll use this map. This is map state 3. It's the default state for the map. Okay. Then what we're going to do is Bill here? Which one of you is
That's
Bill?
me.
That's you. Okay. And then Griffin is Zeke.
That's me, yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Just making sure I have the right people in here.
Okay, just so you know, it doesn't seem to be letting me change my color. I don't know if it'll necessarily matter or not, but right now it won't let me interact with anything.
I have to promote you. You might be able to do it now that you're promoted.
You need more colors.
Do
yeah,
I?
it won't let me grab a
Yeah.
color.
Okay.
Yeah, you're out of colors. That's the problem.
I should not be out of colors. This room should be made for 10 people.
I think one of the players is joining the table.
Yeah, he is. I'll boot him out in a minute. I could recreate the table and we could rejoin it and see what that does. But I have a feeling it's just going to replicate the problem. As a side umpire, mostly, well, can you write? Are you able to grab a pen and write on the map?
No, I'm not.
No, they're in observer mode or spectator mode, so they won't be able to do anything unless they have
All
a
right.
color.
All right, so what we'll go ahead and do is I'll try to recreate the map. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something else out, okay? All right, let's do this. Create, multiplayer, max players 10, create server, K22 load. All right, go ahead and rejoin. Okay. All this work that goes into setting up a game. Okay. And I'll just promote people. I need that little auto promote tool.
What's the password?
IKS, all lowercase.
The only color I see to select is gray for spectator.
It's at the
You have
bottom of the
to.
table.
Thanks.
Yeah, you have to look around.
I think we all got colors. We're in business. All right. Wow, turning it off and turning it back off on again really did work. Man. All right. Okay. Let's come up Achilles and I will come up with a scenario. Well, no. Let's just do it first because Achilles has to help red team and I'll go down and help blue team with their building units. Basically, we'll just do a meeting engagement, I suppose. We'll just tell them that St. Blaise has an important fortification that the army wants, and both sides are to fight over that hill. What do you guys think?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Where do we want them to come in from?
We'll start here at Voisage or whatever, and Vizon down below. We will allow blue to defend. We'll put blue up here with half of their force on the hill, and the other half can be, I don't know, back here behind the like, I don't know, like Saint Privat. That will be interesting because he'll have to come all this way up to here and then go into battle somewhere. What do you guys think of that? That gives red
Okay,
a
you're.
chance. If
Mm.
red gets their act together,
Awesome.
they could carry the position. Achilles, what do you think?
I'm just trying to figure out where you got everybody's. Okay, so you've got blue coming in from the northeast and red coming from the south.
Right. And then red already has, or I'm sorry, blue already has half of their force, or a portion of their force down here. In fact, we do have other forces. I could create a traffic jam situation because if there's 4 players on a team, I can bring one of the red here across the river, and I can bring another one kind of here in this awkward position on that road where they're going to have to figure out how do I get from here to here. See what I'm saying here at the bottom?
Yeah, sorry,
Here's
but
a
at the moment I see only 3 blue players. Is there somebody who has left?
Maybe. Maybe. It
There
could
was a
be.
guy I saw kept joining and leaving the Discord channel.
Yeah, it could be Mr. Reddy. He was having some
Yes, right,
issues. Yeah.
right.
Okay, if that's the case, we'll compensate blue. We'll give blue an additional formation. But I think we'll put one at St. Privat, and we'll put another one like here at the exercise ground or something.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we'll see how they decide to get to battle. So
here's a thought.
go ahead.
I was going to say, okay, so you have blue defending the hill to start, right?
Right.
Uh, and you've got the rest of blue coming from way up in that northeast corner.
Right.
Then put one of the red a lot closer to the objective,
Okay.
so that it's already assaulting the defending hill, and everybody else is coming up to the battle.
Let's take this Vosage force and put them right here. Put
Yeah.
them closer. Let's do that. All right.
So
All right.
there's already a fight going on when everybody else starts to arrive.
Okay, so the one person, this is going to be Lake. He's the red commander. So we'll put Lake's formation closer. But don't tell him till after he's already chosen his force that he's going to be that close one. Okay?
And you're going to start him where at Novant?
I'll start him where it says C9. Okay?
Okay.
Just a heads up, the player LTD is on the blue team, but he's also in the tabletop simulator room.
He keeps joining it.
This dog, I tell you.
Okay, let me
Stop!
talk with him.
Get down. Oh my gosh. It's so distracting. Sorry, guys. My dog is. Oh. All right, good. I got my wife on the case. Good. All right. Man. Okay. Is there a question to me? I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Oh, he was talking about the LTD who kept popping in and out of our.
Yeah, I just told him
whatever.
to leave the room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right. So let's go down to red and blue. We know what the scenario is. I will give the briefing to both sides. So I'll go to red first, and then I'll go to blue. I'll give them both the briefing, and then please set up their channels if you know how. Does anyone here need umpire permission? I know Nick, you should be fine. Achilles, I think I have to give you guys what is it? Assistant umpire role. Okay, that should allow you guys to see everything and set up channels for players. If you need help with setting up channels for players, I can also help with that.
Yeah, let's try.
And you told them they had each guy has how many points? 35?
35. Yeah. 35. I hope that's not too much. That's kind of quite a bit, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, they're all going to take a bunch of elite stuff, is what they're going to do. I think I was a little generous with the points. But ideally, if they take some quantity, then they have reserves. So we'll see what decision they make. All right, I'm going to turn my face off. I got my face on the video here. All right, there we go. Now I can see more of the map. Okay, I'll go to red and then I'll go to blue. I will give briefings. Just help the guys get set up their channels. If you need help with any of those things, let me know, and I will do so. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go. I guess I'll go to red first, I said. All right. Hello, red team.
Mm,
Hey.
Okay, let's see here. Are you 3 players or 4? One of the teams.
we are 4 players.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So, we are playing on map state 3, which is the default map state of the board. The Hill of St. Blaise is an important enemy forward observation post. They have used this position to watch your movements. It is a critical and key defensive position for them. The main army will be coming through later, setting up for an attack in the next 48 to 72 hours on the city, which is off map to the northeast. But your objective for today is to take the Hill of St. Blaise and occupy it and hold it so that the enemy is deprived of that observation post. It also allows you to observe the enemy at long range rather than him watching you. So your objective is to take that hill. You should also have a mind to secure the surrounding countryside, such as the little town up to the upper left along the bank of the Moselle on your side of the bank, and perhaps even as far south as Fay or Castle Goyot. You want to make sure that that general area is under your control if possible. But the most important thing is to take and hold the Hill of St. Blaise. You just don't want to be cut off. Your forces will be coming in at Nouveau, which is on the far side of the Moselle. You will have a force in the forward position at C9 on the map, northeast of Corny. That will be Lake's force. That will be Lake's force in that forward position. And then you'll have another force at Vizon in the south, and then another one near Bois-le-Comte in the south. Those will be your 4 forces. You'll have to coordinate and work together to take the Hill of St. Blaise. All right. Your umpires will help you to build your units. Once your units are built, you'll put those in your chat channels. We will assign you chat channels, red 1, 2, 3, and 4, respectively. Although I think one of those red channels has an issue. You might skip like red 3 or whatever it is as the issue. Otherwise, you'll be set up in red, okay? And again, when you're ready, post your formation. Then once your formation is posted, take a screenshot of your route to wherever you want to go, your march route, your route of march. Draw that on the map and then post that screenshot for us, okay? And then we'll begin the game.
And is that march route? That's our sort of initial attack route into contact. Is that the idea?
That or to wherever your commander-in-chief wants you to go. Your commander-in-chief might say march to Fay. He might say march to me at C9. So, yeah, that's whatever your orders were for the morning. That's what that route represents, is the orders you're doing for the morning. And you can march wherever. It's just that those are your orders of the day. Okay?
Thanks. That makes sense.
All right, good luck.
I prefer boys.
Okay, did you guys lose a player?
Yeah, the Indian guy just disappeared.
Is he just having technical issues, or was he frustrated, or was he like...
He said something about not having access to TTS, and then that was the last we heard from him.
Yeah, no, he just went out of the channel.
Okay. Well, he may not rejoin. I don't know. He's been gone for a few minutes. He may be frustrated. I'll have to deal with that separately to help him out. In the meantime, let's increase your point allocations to 40 points per player, and go ahead and build your units. And then I'll tell you where you're going to... Well, no, I'm going to tell you all this now. Okay, one of you will be on the Hill of St. Blaise. St. Blaise is an important observation post for your force. The enemy wants to attack this hill and deprive you of this observation post. If and do you guys have the map open? Your map state
Your map
the module. Yep. Okay. And
I
you
mean,
all see
my
the Hill of
goodness.
St. Blaise, right?
I'm still working on getting the module to work, so I'll assume that you know what you're talking about.
I'll just stream it, I guess, because I see it right now.
Is that RUD-MONT?
What is?
RUD-MONT.
That's the only thing I see, a hill with a name on it.
Oh, are you on maps?
Oh, there it is. I found it. St. Blaise.
Okay, yeah, okay. So it's the highest hill in the area, and your job is to defend that position. You will have one force on the hill, but your other two forces are going to be further back. They're going to be in the northeast near the city. One will be at the exercise ground. The other will be at St. Privat. Decide who goes where, and then decide on your route of march. So, you're going to do two things. One, you're going to build your formations, and you're going to post those in your chat channels. The second thing you'll do is draw a route of march from your starting position to where you want to go for that day. Maybe you don't want to go anywhere that day. Maybe you just want to hang out at your starting position. That's fine too. But that's where you're going to, if you plan on doing any marching, go ahead and draw it out on the map and submit that, and that's how you'll be starting for the day. Okay?
One is at St. Blaise. Where are the other two?
One will be at Exercise Ground, which is entitled D6 in the northeast. The other will be at St. Privat, which is entitled E6, also in the northeast.
Should I just drag my icons for my units there?
Yes, put your units there in those positions, yep.
Did you find yours? I only found the mountain.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Yeah, I'm asking, I guess, if my teammates found where those are, because I found the exercise ground and the mountain, but not the town.
Back up, top right square.
Right here?
Privat, I think he said. There's a village, Saint Privat. Yeah,
This
that's
one.
it. Is that the?
Okay. So these are our places.
Yes.
Is that Saint Privat, as in the Franco-Prussian War, Saint Privat?
Yes, that's exactly it.
Oh.
Okay, and the exercise ground that I'm talking about is D6 exercise ground. Because there's actually multiple exercise grounds here. We're looking at the D6 one. You see titled D6 near Constantine?
Oh, yeah. D6, I see it.
Okay, that's the other start location. Okay, go ahead and build your formations. Take a screenshot of your formation or type it out and put it in your chat channel, which will be assigned to you directly. And then if there's any route of march, if you're doing any marching at dawn, draw that on the map, take a screenshot, and put that in your chat channel. Okay? All right, good luck.
Marshall?
Yes, go ahead.
I sent you a message about red.
Okay. 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 Let's see here.
Blue fellas, I'm still having trouble loading up the module. So how about you put me on the hill and I don't have to move? We put the cavalry at St. Privat because they can go quicker down the road to join us, and the other infantry force closer. That's my suggestion.
All right. All right, let's check the YouTube now. Crazy morning. All right, looks like everyone's in the game.
Looks like we're down to 3v3 for now.
Yeah, that's okay. So we're gonna give Red another 5 points for their force to compensate. So that'll be fine, and that actually makes it pretty even. So now I just have to assign the chat channels to all the players.
Red should be ready.
Red should be ready.
I think blue is also ready.
Oh, good.
M-
Perfect.
um,
Perfect.
Sorry,
Go
Marshall.
ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
Can you provide me with the link on the map picture?
A link
When
to the
one of the player hasn't TTS, so you need a picture of the map. And normally you can right click on the map and you look at the custom menu item.
Yeah,
But I am not.
this isn't giving it to me. So I could take a screenshot of the map, but it would be zoomed out.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have to erase the markings on it. So let me do that. Let me erase all the drawn lines. And then I'll do a screenshot of the map. And then I guess I'll send that to you, Nick. Let's see if it sticks. That should work. It's huge. It's 12 megs. What player needs it? What player needs it? I'm going to post it to his chat.
Theo 3.
Red 3 Theo. Okay, I'm going to post this to his channel. Because I have the premium Discord. It'll allow me to post the bigger thing. Now, if I open this, that should work pretty well. That should work pretty well. Okay. All right, that should be fine.
Yeah, good.
Good. Okay.
Thank you.
You got it. All right, to folks who are watching, we are letting the players kind of get sorted out. And once they have everything posted, we'll be ready to start. I'm going to just check in with each side to see if they have any questions again. I'll go to blue first.
We have somebody who would like to join the game. Maybe he could replace Morte.
Yes, that's fine. Did we already give him the extra points, though?
I don't know.
Give him 25 points.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we already have a lot of points in the game, so. All right, let's see here. Let's pop down to blue.
This is Piak. You need to change your nickname in Blue 1 channel to reflect what you're commanding.
Any questions down here?
Which direction is the enemy coming from?
Generally the south or south west. South, southwest, or west. So those two kind of halves of the map. So they could come in from the west, they can come in from the south.
And what is the designations? Is this division level, corps level, army level?
You're running brigades, each of you. Each of you has one brigade.
Okay.
Okay. All right, made of a couple battalions usually. All right. All right, good luck.
Thanks.
As soon as we have everything from you, we'll begin. Okay, Red, how's it going? Any questions?
We have a question about spare points. Is it possible to give them to another player if you end up with a surplus at the end of all your purchases? All right.
No. That's to force hard choices. Yeah, you got to make tough choices. So if you're going to take elite units, you're going to have leftover points, things like that. And, well, okay. That's the trade-off.
All right, I've made my decision on my command.
Okay, as soon as you guys have everything posted in your chat channels, we'll begin.
Cool. And you wanted me to come in, like from Vaison, yes?
Yeah, Vaison, yes. You're
Okay. All right, the players are getting ready. Okay, so the thing we want to do here is we want to label their pieces with their commander name and probably like the quality of the pieces or whatever. Whatever we need to know. So I see some cavalry blocks on here. These are dragoons. So I don't know whose they are, but we can certainly put their. I don't even think we need to put their dragoons. It's obvious looking at the block. Just put the commander name on those. Do we all know how to do that?
The right click.
Yeah, you highlight, right click, and then where it says name or description or just name, just type it on the name. That way when we mouse over, we know what we're dealing with. All right. And then as your players submit their orders, just draw arrows on the map to indicate their route. So put their blocks where their blocks belong. Draw arrows to indicate their orders. And then we'll start once we have everything on the map. So feel free to prod them a little bit, help them out a little bit, whatever it takes. But yeah, that's the most important thing now is get them set up, get their route of march, and then we'll begin. And then it'll get interesting. So Achilles, what we want to do is we want to make sure that there are order delays.
Mm-hmm.
So, they give an order, we're going to make them wait 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever, for the order to actually execute. So I'll need your professional expertise to help me with that. I figure a standard delay for all orders of 1 turn, 5 minutes. But we might say, hey, you know what, Marsh, that's going to take a little longer. And then, what else was there? I keep thinking there was something else. But that's yeah.
I don't know. It takes us 2 months to teach kids how to turn right face. So.
Well, and that's my point, right? You got all these guys. They'd rather be fishing, and they are not going to obey that quickly,
Mm-hmm.
And hello to everybody watching on YouTube. Mela, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing the name correctly, 42. Hi, the game will start as soon as the players are ready, which should be in the next 10 minutes. Emmanuel, good to see you. That's correct, when the players are ready. Yes, thank you for answering that question for us. Good to see you guys here. If you have questions or comments, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll be watching the chat so I can answer questions. And again, feel free to offer any comments that you have. We're getting set up. It looks like the blue team is getting pretty well set up. We're not going to worry about supply wagons today, in case anybody has the question. That's just a lot more work. And right now I want to focus not on supply matters so much as command friction. So it's kind of the point of today's exercise is command friction, not supply, not logistics. It looks like we're coming along pretty nicely here.
you have a skirmishers for each half battalion or for each battalion?
One skirmish zug per battalion to
Okay.
represent that there is an embedded company. It's really more of a reminder. The players like to see them on the map, though, but it's really more of a reminder that the battalion has skirmishers embedded as a company within it. And then that's a +1 die roll modifier for that unit.
How do you want to note if it's standard or elite or militia?
When you when you label the block,
Yeah.
so when you mouse over and you put fill out the name field, put what the blocks are, so that when we
Okay.
move the mouse over the block, we can see if it's elite or militia or whatever. You can
But
even
you
just
don't
put
want the combat value. You don't want to see the combat value.
Yeah, you can put the combat value. That's actually better
Okay.
to do it that way because then it's obvious. So the combat value will be 5, 4, 5, or 6. Uh-oh. The Growl is here. Elias Growl is on the YouTube. He's in the room. And by the way, Eli, if you want to join the Empire table, and that goes for anybody who's watching, if you want to come and observe at the Empire table, I don't mind. It's in the general chat. The table name is Kriegspiel, and the password is IKS lowercase letters. I've been talking all morning, man. I'm going to use up all my words for the day.
Eli, is that our crayon eating friend?
Yeah, I love Eli, man. He rocks. Yeah, I'm going to find a pack of all red crayons for him.
Just a question: where is starting Theo? Do you know? Who was it?
Across the Moselle, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, around Nouveau. Nouvant. So that would be, yep, there you go.
Blue should be all set up.
Okay. All right, then we just need their routes of march.
When you represent the skirmishers, is that the colored solid block?
Yep, that's the Zug. Yep, skirmish Zug. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so we joke that Marines eat crayons. There might be something to it. My brother used to eat dog treats, but I got to tell you, I'm glad they're on our side. So.
Me too. Worked pretty closely with them at one time.
Yeah, yeah.
Much rather have them pointing towards the enemy than towards me, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have to say, if I were to join the service, like, the Air Force is attractive because, well, it's the Air Force, right? And the Navy
because you like
probably,
dressing like a bus driver?
right? And like the Navy probably wouldn't be horrible. I mean, yeah, you're stuck on a ship, but
Wait,
but
do we represent? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Do we represent generals in this?
Yes.
What do we use?
The commanders are brigadiers. Well, you and I, we represent gods. We're umpires. we're hanging out on Mount Olympus. But yeah, the players represent brigadiers.
I mean, are they represented on the map?
Yes.
They have a piece, yeah.
Yeah, there should be a command token, and the number doesn't matter. Yeah, 1 diamond, except for the commander-in-chief, who will have 2. So Lake will have the 2 diamond insignia to represent him.
Wait, who's commander-in-chief for blue?
I don't know. I think I Oh, Vindictus is. Yeah. Vindictus. And it looks like Lake is probably changing his deployment, and that's fine. If he wants to deploy further back, that's okay.
Yeah, that was my question. Do we allow him to start on the hill?
Yeah, that's
here.
just fine.
That's fine.
He's
Okay.
probably out of range. So if he thinks he's going to take it under fire from there, it's going to... yeah, he's out of range. So he needs to know that. Anyway, what was I saying? I think I was talking about Marines or something. I
You
can't
were
remember
talking about
now.
which service you wanted to join.
Oh, yeah, I got to tell you, how do you not join the Marines? Like, I get, like, holy crap,
Well,
right? But,
I didn't.
but just like, who doesn't want to be, a Marine?
Hmm.
Uh,
It'd be even rougher for me now that they're getting rid of their tanks.
yeah, yeah, you
Wouldn't have
know.
had a job.
So, so I got to tell you, how do you say no to the Marines? I mean, yeah, it's going to be a lot of pain, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But man, the thing is, you look back on that, and I'm sure this is true for you, Achilles, as an Army veteran. You look back at your service and you think, I am so dang proud that I did that, you know?
That's one of the emotions. Yeah.
One of them. One of them. Yeah. Well, no, I've heard my brother's stories too. There's a lot, There's probably a certain amount of regret.
Sure.
But, at the end of the day, anybody who devotes their life to something that is bigger than themselves, whatever it may be, whether it's military service, community service, education, whatever, I think that's something, you should look at with some pride. I think you're entitled to that.
Mm.
You're entitled to that respect. There are people who, I have value for everybody who serves in any capacity. It's crazy how, as a society, we kind of frown upon or look down on certain people who occupy the most important positions in society. And it's not people you expect. Think about this, right? Your garbage guy, your
Mm-hmm.
janitor. Those
Mm-hmm.
people are the most essential workers we have. If we didn't have somebody to haul off the trash, to keep our
Mm-hmm.
places clean, we would be overwhelmed with disease within days or weeks.
Yep.
I mean, and as a society, we have this nasty habit of frowning upon those posts. But those are people who make our society worth living in. They deserve incredible respect for what they do. You
Yeah, I
know,
agree.
so yeah. Eli says, "Best years of my life."
Yeah. I'm right there with you, brother. I miss it sometimes a lot, and then there are other times when I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't miss that.
Well, I think Eli was probably just grateful for the food. You know, he
Probably.
he did it for the food, right?
That's right. I did it for the dried pork patty.
There you go, man. Well, my brother brought home a bunch of MREs, so I remember I was a teenager. I was eating them. I loved them. I thought they were the greatest thing. But yeah, now you look at it and you're like, really? I like that? Can I imagine having to eat that every day? Nah. As a
Sorry to interrupt you. Where is starting the fourth red player?
anywhere you think is good is fine.
Okay.
Vosage is probably a good spot.
Yeah, I was thinking to it. Fine.
Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah, after my brother joined, there was no way my mom was going to let me join the service in any capacity. It was just not even an option. I think the recruiter called one time and she had some choice words for him and hung up on him. Poor guy.
Me and my brother both joined
Yeah.
different times. I went in before him. He was my younger brother, but
Yeah.
and he didn't stay. He didn't stay, and he just did
Hmm.
his first enlistment and got out.
Marshall,
But he was a tech guy.
Go ahead.
you want to let this infantry deploy on the hill to the south, or should they walk there?
Yeah, you know what? That's fine, and I think they're putting themselves in artillery range.
I
That
believe
gives
so.
that gives um, that gives Lake something to shoot at.
Blue's all ready.
Okay, blue is ready. All right.
Okay. I think we just have one more column for red that's getting set up right now.
Okay. All right, and then we have their routes of march. I see that and hard to see yellow. But all right. Yeah, Beckett just has to decide what his route of march is going to be. What's the elevation on that? The elevation difference. So we've got that's basically at 300. Let me see what the difference is in these lines. Is it 10 meters?
20, I think.
Yeah, it's 20.
Yeah, so that's
So,
260,
so this
and
is
this is 320.
340. This would be 340. So he'd be at halfway. He'd be at 330 meters. Okay, and then what is this?
Sorry again. I'm sorry. Marshall, can you paste the map in Beckett, in red to Beckett channel? He has trouble with tabletop.
Okay, let me go to Beckett. He
I'm
is
sorry.
red. Red
Red
2.
2.
Okay.
Alt TD could also use it. He's got no map. He's just giving orders blind.
Oh,
Should
even
I
better.
send LTD a picture of his rough deployment just now, like the hill he's on?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, once they're kind of in position, they should just see kind of where they're at. They don't need to see the whole map anymore. They're positioned now. So this is 330 meters. Okay, so even though he's in range, we've got 270 firing upwards at 330. I don't think they're going to be able to make that shot.
Yeah, I think it would be at the very edge of extreme.
Yeah, that's.
I think they'd try, but probably wouldn't hit anything.
Gonna land right in front of them.
Yeah. Well, and also, I don't know enough about the tech of the time, but these are still. Oh, I'm assuming Franco-Prussian, and we don't have to make that assumption, so we'll just say no. They can fire, but they're all going to fall short. I don't know why in my brain I was assuming Franco-Prussian. This is a Napoleonic system.
Yeah. So these aren't even exploding shells. So it's going to be.
Yeah. Although I would
Yeah.
be curious to see what the guns were like during the Franco-Prussian War. I don't know about their artillery. If I assume they still looked and operated like Napoleonic artillery. That the stuff that you saw in World War I came just a little later than this.
Well, in the Franco-Prussian War, the French already had. I believe the French already had their 75s. That's when.
Okay.
So they were firing explosive shell, and the French actually, I think, had better artillery than the Prussians did.
Yeah. Well, and actually the rifles were decent. The French rifles weren't.
Yeah, the French rifle was superior to the Prussian needle gun.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, people think, oh, the Prussians had this dominating equipment. Well, not really. It's just like the Germans with their armor in World War II.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they did have these sophisticated tanks, but that was actually their downfall. And the Soviet armor was quite good too.
Yeah, it's how you use it. That's what matters.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's what I say. All right, Eli says, I don't miss the Marine Corps itself. Too much bureaucracy. I miss the tribe. I miss my brothers. And that's really what it is. That's absolutely.
He's dead on.
Yeah.
Dead on.
Okay, are we ready to begin? It is now 9 o'clock. That's official. Setup time is ended.
Okay, I think we have a problem with Beckett.
Okay.
Not sure he will. Yeah, not sure he will be able to take part in the game.
Okay, what's going on? Is
Uh,
it technical
yes,
or?
yeah, technical. Yeah.
And it's nothing that we can fix. Does he have TTS working?
Well, actually, he has no more space on his computer.
Oh Lord. Well, I remember those days. I remember, and I've got a couple flight sims on my current machine. I've had to install another drive. So my heart goes out to the guy because the struggle is real. I remember as a young man having to decide what am I going to delete so I can play this new game.
Well, he is in Discord, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can just send him screenshots. He doesn't need to see the whole map or anything.
Yeah, he doesn't need TTS at all. He can
Yeah.
have him just play via Discord. I mean, I don't even update my TTS map unless I'm live streaming, and even then, I barely update it.
Yeah, I don't either. In fact, I don't even often look at it.
Yeah.
It's not what you would see on the ground anyway. So
Yeah, can he stay in and just command through Discord?
I'm asking him the question.
Sweet, thanks. Yeah, he can play.
sure, you could play without seeing anything at all, just in your mind.
Yeah.
It's like mental chess.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know how guys do that, but whatever. All right, once you're ready, break up the players and let's announce ready for the side, and then we'll begin.
All right.
Give me one moment. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna take a comfort break, and then I'll be right back, and we'll start. I'm gonna mute my mic.
All right.
Okay, I'm just on a quick break. I'll be right back, and then we'll start.
Okay. Had to get something to drink. I went and got my my IKS mug. One of my two IKS mugs.
I need to pick one up.
Yeah,
I decided
definitely.
to go with the.
Oh, go ahead.
I decided to go with the Lord Achilles mug today.
Well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I've got mine going on, and my sweater. You know, I'll turn on OBS. I'll turn on my camera again real quick. So I got the sweater going on, and I got the mug. I just got my standard IKS mug, just the basic one. But yeah, grab it before the first because they're tweaking the prices. I think I'm not going to tweak prices very much, but I have to because we can't just take a loss. But yeah. So, all right. Let's see here. Are we all
Nick,
ready?
are your two red players good to go now?
I think Nick's still talking to.
Yeah, sorry.
Beckett.
Yeah, just.
Oh, it's okay.
I mean, we can always bot it.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, start with the other and.
Like,
okay.
Better to start.
Yep. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and begin. We're going to start the time at 6 o'clock a.m. in the morning. And what we do is we simply move the units. There'll be no delay for this initial order. We'll simply move the units. It will just count squares since, we move the units. We fast forward until contact is what we do. Now, are there any orders for Tarzina here with his artillery? I imagine he wants it to fire or not.
He's not moving at the moment.
Okay, and did he give orders for the artillery to open fire?
Well, I think we didn't tell him that he's seeing something, so.
If he, we don't have to get an order from him. If he says, "Hey, I wanted my artillery to fire," we'll say they fired some ranging shots. They came up short.
Well,
Unless, do you think he wanted to open fire or not?
I don't know because he's not aware there is infantry on the. But let me tell him quickly. He can see something on the.
Yeah, he would see something. I need to pull up my site chart too. How far
Yeah.
away do you see? Because you can't see all that far. Let me pull up my rule book. Let's see here.
Well, if his guns are just barely out of range of him, then they should be in observation distance, I would think, unless we
Yeah,
have some kind of weather issue.
yeah, they should be. I'm just wondering where is the. Oh, this is the base version of the rules. It doesn't have the cheat sheet on it. Let me see here. I have a table in here for what you can see at a certain distance. And it's
Oh, shit.
What did you
Sorry.
just do?
I hit the back button on accident. My bad, my bad.
It's probably not a problem. I'm not freaking out. I'm still looking for this rule on how.
Is there any way to undo and undo, or no?
I can try.
Well, hang on. What happened? What's
All
the problem?
the infantry disappeared off the board.
Are you kidding?
Oh.
At least for red team.
Oh, no, they're just under the map.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine. Okay. Yeah, just report that he sees what are likely enemy forces on that lower hill. Is fine.
Okay. I go to him and I come back.
Yeah, and then we're gonna start. Oh man, where did I put the? I wonder also if it's on the ruler, because that was gonna change on the ruler. We modified the ruler to show what can be seen at a certain range. This is the same both sides. All right. Out of ammunition. Orders. Building units. Don't tell me that table's not in here. There we are. Oh, I have it in an odd spot, that's why. So at 1600, see here we are. At 1600 paces. So at 800 paces, you can see a soldier in his side. You know, is he red or blue? 1200 paces, men on horses and artillery units. 1600 paces, infantry in line. And then at 8000 paces, a mass of men dust. So you can see pretty darn far. It's just the level of detail that you see is less.
Sure.
I wonder if.
Tsarina is going to send a few shots on the troops, on the blue troops, but I mean it's well. The goal is not really to do any harm. It's just to.
Okay, let's go ahead and move Let's do 30 minutes of movement. So that's going to be up to 6 squares for your guys. Go ahead and move up to 6 squares. Remember to reduce movement by 25% for each complication. So if they're moving across terrain, like this formation down here that belongs to Roper, is going to have reduced movement. He's probably going to move 25% less. These other blue units will move all the way. Remember, cavalry moves further than infantry. Okay, so base movement for cavalry is 1,000 paces per 5 minutes. So that cavalry is going to really move pretty far quickly.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're advancing everybody to like 1 5-minute time segment right now?
No, we're going to move them 30 minutes.
30, okay.
So that's...
Yeah. 6 times that.
Yeah, 6.
So 6 squares for infantry and 15 squares, 14 squares wait, 15 squares for Cav.
That's right. Yep. There you go.
And should we send out reports for this turn?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at where we're at. The complication is Lake having fired. He needs to know that his shots landed short. So we'll pause to let Nick report that and see if Lake wants to do something different.
Okay, I'm moving to Lake channel.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll wait for you.
And I'll let the guy on the hill know.
Yeah, that some shots came up short. Yeah, I've got like 3 or 4 IKS mugs. Because
I have 2 now.
Yeah, I buy them because I want to make sure that the products we're selling are okay.
These mugs are great, by the way.
Yeah,
I love I love the fact that the image and everything is inside, so it doesn't get rubbed off or anything like when in the dishwasher. It's not one of those things that they slap on the outside that wears off.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty stoked about that. The mugs are great. I joke about the mugs because it's like the top thing we sell, but it's also like our best darn product.
Yeah, it's really good quality. They're really good quality mugs.
Just like the K22 rules, which you can also get from our Etsy store, Craig's Depot. Yes.
We're starting to sound like one of those. What's that channel where the people sit around selling all kinds of products? You know.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah.
Yes.
The Home
Like
Shopping
QVC
Network. Yeah.
Yes, the Home Shopping Network. That's it.
Oh man.
Well, Marshall, I just got this the other day, and it's great.
Tell me, Achilles, what does it do? You know?
Wow. It chops, it dices, it even makes julienne fries, whatever those are.
Those are the wavy crinkle cut carrots. Julienne carrots. Yeah. Crinkle cut fries, man, I tell you. Something to be said. That and steak fries. I love me some good steak fries with some good seasoning on them.
I'll take potatoes in almost any form. I love potatoes.
I just don't care for shoestring cut fries. I don't. I'm like, what's the point of that?
But, you got to eat like 50 of them to get one.
Yeah, yeah. Let's check the YouTube while we're waiting on everyone to come back. Oh yeah, the Grau has his with the quote on it. You know, Grau, we have bigger 15-ounce ones. I'll have to get one out to you. I have to redo it and get you a bigger cup that you can drink out of, actually, instead of that 11-ounce thing. I do. I have the little 11-ounce thing here on my desk, and I use it as a pin holder.
So the blue on the hill, they want to march everything forward to the southern hill and do counter battery.
There's the. Oh, okay. So they want to march everything. So they want to move.
They want to move off of the objective they were defending onto a hill that is not the objective.
That's correct.
Okay, now that's.
I love this.
Okay, so the commander gives the order. It's going to take some time for that order to be disseminated. It's going to take time for the men to prepare and then begin moving. Now, how much time delay do we want to create for that? In other words, it doesn't happen instantly. So at least 5 minutes to distribute the orders. Okay. Then, hang on, let's take a look at the time too. We've moved 30 minutes, right? Let me adjust the time. So at 6:30, the order goes out. Let's move to the other hill. Okay. And I don't think we need couriers necessarily, because he's within instant communication range, more or less. He would send a runner. Okay. So how long does it take to limber and prepare? Let's say at least 5 minutes. So that's 10 minutes. We're just going to say, because it's a real pain, we're going to make it a 15-minute delay. So therefore, the order will begin to execute at 6:45. Okay? That's when men start to actually move. And then they've got to go down this hill and then back up this hill. So as they move, make sure, because there's like a lot of complications. You have a road cut here, which they cannot cross. They're going to have to go around it. Okay? So impose all those complications and delays on their maneuver. Allow them to do it, but it's going to come at a big cost of time and organization. Okay?
And the infantry is going to get up there before that artillery does. So
Yep. Just presenting more targets. Okay, so don't move anything yet. Don't move anything yet. It's not 6:45 yet. Wait for the 6:45 turn. Okay,
Gotcha.
let's go ahead and move 15 more minutes just to see what
Did
happens.
someone send Lake an update?
Yeah, Lake is going to move his artillery on his left.
Okay, go ahead and move 15 more minutes.
Okay, so Nick, you were saying Lake wants to move these guns over to his left?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
And that's probably going to take, well, let's say 5 minutes for him to give the order again. Another 5 minutes for the guns to limber. And probably, since they're going to cross this and they're going to go downhill. That's going to probably take him about 15 minutes to get those guns around.
Well, he would just be beginning that movement at the end of that 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's going to take another 10 minutes perhaps to get to that position. So basically, that's a 30-minute order to execute from the time that he gives the order to the time the order is carried out and completed. Is that what you would call it when an order is carried out? Is it completed, or I don't know what the...
Executed.
Executed. Okay, so the order would be executed after 30 minutes time. So again, go ahead and make notes. So that is a 7 o'clock whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you can erase my stuff. If my stuff's in the way, erase it. If it's not useful, erase it. And replace it with what is useful or not. But I'm just writing that on there to kind of illustrate. If you need to erase it, just erase it. Don't feel bad.
I will put it on the token.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that takes us up to 6:45. And I'll wait for everybody to give reports and come back. Okay, this is kind of cool.
So current game time is now 06:45?
Yes, 06:45.
Harappa had sent a courier over to Tsarina on the hill.
Okay.
At 6:30, so I think 15 minutes is enough time to get a courier over there.
Yeah, courier pace is like 2,000 paces per 5 minutes or something ridiculous.
Okay, so I'll copy the message over to...
I actually pulled that off. Yeah, courier. Yes, 2,000 paces. I'm trying to remember where I pulled that number. I wonder if it was from the original Free Kriegspiel. Something silly.
All right, I'm gonna go check the players real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's 06:45 now, then
that's when their movement begins.
Right. Okay. So they're just now starting to move off that hill.
Yeah.
And these guys down here will be their movement will start to be executed at 0700.
Yeah.
For those 12-pounders.
No, 0700 is when it concludes, I believe.
Ah, okay. So yeah, we need to make a distinction on that.
Yeah.
So we should, like, when you write the 06:45 or the 6:45, put, like begins or or
Okay,
concludes,
begins.
begins or ends.
And that's why I want to get the nomenclature right. Wow, I just started phoning that in once I got to the G. Um,
Yeah, usually, I mean, like if you know you're going to do something, you would send out a preparatory order
uh-huh.
to tell units to prepare for whatever it is you're going to have them do. Prepare for this movement or whatever, and then you would send another order, which would be the execution order, which says, okay, so you're sending a preparatory order at 0730. Your unit's going to move out, and it's going to be marching from point A to point B, and then you would send another one, tell them to execute.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know,
Okay.
but that would be like if you're pre-planning. I mean, in a case like this, these guys aren't doing that. The commander's just telling them, "Hey, I need you to move those units over onto that hill over there," and so then it's just a matter of how much time it takes for them to actually get their units ready and then execute it.
Right. All right. Yeah, that's what I want to model. No more of this instant compliance stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I want these delays and give them something else to grapple with. We're moving to the harder drugs, man. Moving to
I
the
like
harder
it.
drugs. Yep, I like it too. It's working well, but it needs a lot of umpires. Okay.
I can't remember who was saying this the other day in the chat, but they were talking about enjoying the more sim. I think it was Tack who was saying, he likes things to be more towards the simulation aspect, and I'm kind of in that same philosophy. I like that too. So
Yeah, me too. All right, Peter on the comments says, "What about a 20-ounce mug with the K22s written inside?" That's a really good idea, Peter. I ought to create that.
All right.
I think Peter's ribbing me there.
Mm-hmm. Who do we have? Somebody was saying something.
No, just blue is done.
Ah,
okay. And as soon as red report's ready, we're at 6:45. So.
Okay, sorry, I'm almost through. Sorry, it's my first time doing this.
No, that's fine.
No.
Everyone's doing great. I'm pretty pleased.
So the next report, Marshall.
Uh-huh.
Your next report will be 0650?
Yeah, we're gonna. Well,
Because they're starting to get into. Do you want to keep going towards more contact, or?
Yeah, because Well, the only thing is this cavalry. If this cavalry were to push forward,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the orders.
The cavalry's holding.
Okay, then I think we could probably go to 7 o'clock, because that's when I think hard contact could happen. In other words, people could start shooting with some effect. Otherwise, everyone's just maneuvering. Although I don't know if there's a courier traffic between LTD and Vindictus.
There is.
Okay, maybe we move in a 5-minute increment then, because Vindictus then needs an opportunity to react to the intel that, hey, here's the enemy. So we're going to start moving in 5-minute increments then, and that means that Sypiak is going to be playing Marching Simulator for a bit.
He actually wants to ride ahead. Is he on a horse?
Yes.
So he wants to ride ahead to meet Vindictus.
Okay,
so I'm
yeah,
not sure
all
how far
officers
you
are
go.
mounted. Okay, then when we are ready, we can go ahead. Hang on, is Red ready?
Almost.
Arena is ready, yeah.
Okay, we're waiting on one more then. Peter. Yeah, you guys getting salty on me.
Gotta watch out for him.
Peter's great. Peter's great. He's been there through thick and thin
I
with
know.
us.
Okay, so these guys began their move at 6:45. So now they are in motion. 5 minutes worth of motion for the next report.
is what they'll be getting. Yeah, as soon as red
Yeah.
comes back. I just want to keep everyone synchronized.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and then we need to start keeping track of turn length. So I'm going to start doing that too.
Okay, I think red's good here at 6:45.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and move 5 minutes. I'm going to start the timer on my clock here so we can just kind of assess. Go ahead and move 5 minutes.
Is it 100 paces for infantry?
400 paces
400.
is the base movement rate, but
oh, yeah.
it's decreased per complication by 25%. So 100 paces for each complication.
And courier is 2,000.
Yeah,
per...
yeah. Couriers are like they got wings, man.
Mercury. They're winged Mercury.
Yep.
So
All right. So go ahead and do the movements, and then take the screenshots and give the reports, and then get new orders. And it looks like you guys are doing great. I'm going to erase my hastily scrawled, crumbly written note here. My C and handwriting grade.
Can I remove all the drawing lines?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, of course. Anything you need to do. You're the umpire.
Has the red moved yet?
Red's been the units in Corny and the units in Fay have both moved.
Have Lake's units moved yet?
No, not that I know of.
Yeah, they. The only thing that was moving for red was for Lake was that artillery, right?
Yeah, he gave
Okay, so
order for the infantry to advance, but I think he need 5 minutes at least
Yeah,
for
That's
give
right.
the order and to have the skirmishers deploying and this kind of stuff.
yeah, at least. So you can hold those. And the artillery, you've already moved those. I see that. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, they're all red. All reds moved then.
Mm-hmm. And again, make any notations on the map you need to indicate time delays or whatever else. Don't feel shy about writing on the map.
Okay.
And for people who play this in person, you put plastic or plexiglass, or even glass if you have it, but probably plexiglass is safest. Put that over your map and then get a dry erase marker, and you can write over your map that way, and then you just erase it as needed. For in-person play, saves a lot of trouble, makes life a lot easier to do it that way. All right, just report back once you have the new orders. Yeah, draw them on the map too. That's always good. So what's going to happen is I know Vindictus is given the order to move out. The men have to mount up and so on. So that'll be a 5-minute delay.
And this cavalry, this blue cavalry coming through these woods.
Yeah, they don't want to go through woods unless they're on
Yeah.
that road.
So they're going to have to go single file down that road, right?
That's right. Or they can go around it. Cavalry does not like going through woods. The terrain is too treacherous. I actually need to put that in the rules. I just kind of assume people know that, and then they just kind of move through the woods like the woods aren't there. And they need to respect the woods.
Yeah, they need to respect the woods. Yes. So if they're going to make that movement as the arrow is showing there, then they're going to have to change their formation to be going single file down that road.
Right. So I would give him the choice. You can go around it, or you can go single file.
Okay, I'll ask him.
And if he is going to go single file, that's going to be a time delay because he's got to maneuver all of that into all those elements onto the road from where they are now before they can even begin that motion.
Eli says, "Let's go through the woods." Yeah.
Hey, modern cavalry, we don't mind going through the woods. We just run through the trees. Tanks knock down trees.
Yeah, how big?
How big the tank or how big the tree?
How big the tree? I'm sure
Well,
there's got to be a limit.
oh yeah. I wouldn't want to run into a sequoia or something.
Right? Sequoia's bigger than the tank easily.
Oh yeah. And when it falls, it takes out an entire battalion.
That's something to see a tree that's bigger than like big houses, you know?
Oh yeah.
That's something, yeah, it's something people got to see, the giant sequoias.
Growing up in Texas, I never saw a tree that looked anything like that. When we first moved here, it's like, oh my
Hmm.
God, these are trees.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
Hmm.
Regarding Messenger, do you want also to create some kind of latency or
Yes. Yeah,
yeah?
there's always going to be
Okay.
at least a 5 minute latency between the time the order is given
Yeah,
and the
okay.
time it begins to be,
Mm.
unless the order is like run away or something that would produce an instant effect.
Okay, I was thinking to messenger between the players.
Yeah, a messenger would go immediately. It would move immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's the messenger's sole purpose, and you assume they're standing by, constantly waiting for that order. Deliver this note, you know. But as for the
Oh,
men themselves, like the orders go out instantly, but then the orders have to be relayed down the chain of command to the private who's just standing there. And then the private has to face the right direction, which requires the corporal or the sergeant to sometimes manhandle and point him in the right direction. And, you know, there's all this work that has to be done because, again, these young men they would rather be fishing,
As we all would.
right?
mm.
What the heck are we doing here, guys? Playing Creeksville? Come on, when I could be fishing? Come on.
They're not mutually exclusive, you know.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be paying a lot of attention, but okay. How we at? Where are we at? Are we all moved?
I'm good for 650 for the troops in Fay and Corny.
I'm ready to move for 655. Or to do the 650 orders.
Okay. Well, this was the 745 orders. Then were just carried out. So now we're moving to actually
I
it's
mean,
650.
645. Yeah.
650 is where I have the little timer. Anyway,
Yeah.
that was if I stop the time, that was 7.5 minutes. Not bad for a turn. Okay, let's go ahead and begin the next turn. Is there any objection to beginning the next turn?
Nope.
All right, let's go another 5 minutes, and that puts us at what, 6:55?
655.
Okay. All right, 5 minutes, and I'll start the timer again. These turns should be quick because we're just moving. Yeah, go ahead.
For this commander here, how much can he see?
Where at? Right there?
Yep.
He can see pretty far. He can see all of this area here. So he can see kind of, all of this. Like that. You can
Okay.
actually see the top of that hill. So it's probably more like that. Now, how much detail he can make out is less.
Sure.
Especially over
shouldn't
here
turn them.
around Faye. Around Faye, he might just see that there's men there.
Okay.
If even that. Even I might cut Faye out for him.
Gotcha. But he can see pretty clear the column near Corny.
Yes.
Now, would this red column in Fay be able to see this cavalry coming around the
No,
hill?
you see that little hill right here? He is.
Oh, yep.
He's on top of it, but he's far
He is
enough.
in the town a bit, though. Yeah.
Yeah, he's. If he were at the edge of the hill, he'd definitely see it.
So neither of them can see each other.
Yeah, they cannot see each other yet.
Bill, you're doing Vindictus over here, right?
Yes.
I love the way you put out his cavalry here because it's all kind of disordered from the formation it was in. That's perfect.
Yeah, don't forget to give these guys delays now. Don't let them move instantly.
Yeah, they sat for 5 minutes
Good.
after an order.
And their nice, neat little wedge formation got all screwed up by having to go around the woods. It's beautiful.
Good. That's what we want. Again, let's just ratchet up that to that next level. And remember, just report ready when your players are ready. After they've moved and they've got their reports and they've given orders. When you're ready to go to the next turn, just let me know.
Okay.
So Marshall, you were talking earlier about these units, let's see, the ones in Fey,
Mm-hmm.
not being able to see this cavalry, right?
Correct. They can't see each other currently.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. I thought that's what you were talking about.
Yeah. Looks like that blue. Looks like that artillery on both sides is going to come, and I wonder if they're going to be in range. I don't know what type of guns they are, but looks like they will be able to shoot at each other. Well, I could mouse over, it might say. Those are 6-pounders. These are 12-pounders. 12-pounders will be in range. I don't know about the 6s.
Now, this lead element of infantry would probably be able to see
Yes.
up here, though.
Yeah, it's a higher hill, too.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send him an updated screenshot.
Yeah.
I find in the games that I have played so far, it's the visual, it's what you can see is probably one of the hardest things for the umpires to get right.
Mm-hmm.
Because it gets too easy to do the big screenshot and you're showing way too much, or the tiny screenshot and you're showing way too little,
Yeah,
and not take into
Mhm.
account the terrain, you know.
Yeah, it's highly situational, which is why I put that chart in
Mm-hmm.
there. People assume you can see
Ready.
more. What it
Mm-hmm.
is you can see farther and you can see that there's something there, but you can't make out detail.
Yeah.
And that's what we're not getting right. Because that's hard. It's hard to say, well, there's
Yeah.
something there, but you can't make out the detail.
Yeah.
So.
And almost impossible with a screenshot, because if you do a screenshot, you're showing them exactly what they can, exactly what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? I can't. Oh, don't forget to deliver dispatches, guys. So I see there's a lot of message traffic in some of these rooms. So make sure you double check that if they have a dispatch, the dispatches are being delivered.
So if a commander sent a dispatch at 06:55, you would have that arrive at the 7 o'clock update, right?
Yep, the next turn.
Okay.
Virtually all these guys are close enough. The only one who would have a delay now of more than a turn would be the one back
Sipiak.
here.
Yeah.
And actually, Sipiak is moved forward. Now, another thing, and we won't necessarily do this now, we have done it to some success in the past, is when you send a dispatch, you have to send where are you sending the courier? Instead what we do is we have homing couriers who lock on to the other guy who has rode away from his command, and like he could go grab a beer in Marley over here on the right, and somehow the courier just knows to go there, which of course is wrong. What it should be is the courier is dispatched to a location, or find so and so, and they go to the last known location or whatever. And if they're not there, then they have to go to another location, or maybe they don't get there at all. So
They get there and they ask the local villagers, which way did those guys go?
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We need to.
They marched that way.
Yeah. So, yeah. But right now, it's enough to simulate command friction and model this, because again, that's what I want to emphasize in this scenario. Okay, are we all ready? Have we all moved?
I think red is good.
Red is good. Is blue good?
I haven't moved.
Are we moving for the 7 o'clock update?
Not yet.
Oh.
I'm curious as to why on your time chart thing it actually has
0 and
60
60.
minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm embarrassed. I ought to just tweak that, but I would have to recreate the whole chart because I already deleted the original. I can probably pull it out of the game and do it, but yeah, I know. So I like to tell myself, it's like, well, maybe they want to mark 60 or 0, but that's just a lie I tell myself to not be so embarrassed. But Achilles, thanks for pointing that out on the live stream.
You're welcome. Anytime, man. I'm
Yeah.
there for you.
I've been sensitive about that since I saw it a long time ago, but I've been skating by on it.
Do you need a hug, Marshall?
Right? Good job. Yeah, once you said that, I was like, I know exactly what he's going to point out. Oh man. Well, I created it like on the fly too, so.
Okay.
But anyway, I've left it there for months now. Okay.
It's become a thing.
Yep. All right. Let me check the time. Are we done? Are we good? Are we ready to go to the next turn?
Yep.
Okay, it's been about 9 minutes. Okay, let's go another 5 minutes then. I'm going to go ahead and move the timer to 7 o'clock. Lock.
Or 0660. Okay.
Yeah, kids.
So we do another move
Yep.
for the 7 o'clock?
It is now the 7 o'clock move. Yep, 7 o'clock.
Okay.
So, yep. Make sure everything moves, give reports, get orders, and then draw their next orders out. Don't actually move them. They don't move now until we get to kind of this phase. So they move now, then give reports, then take orders.
What's Sipiak doing? Is he riding out by himself?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wants to meet the commander.
All right, so
Has Roper been moved?
Which one?
Red 4.
So if a player rides away from their command and they give an order to their command,
One of those things that drives me crazy.
Yeah, me too. They're going to have to do it by courier, and I would penalize it even further. I would literally give them a 10-minute delay instead of just a 1-turn delay, a 2-turn delay for doing that.
Has Rappa been moved as well?
Parappa ordered his column to a halt, I guess, until he gets a reply from the commander.
So do we think that the cavalry can see the head of that column now?
You know, I would argue that maybe they have a scout or someone out forward at that crossroads here in Fay, north of Fay, just kind of looking out. And yeah, I would say he gets a report that there's a cavalry formation moving. He wouldn't get a screenshot of it. He'd just get a report that your forward scout reports he sees cavalry moving, in front of the Boy de la Gonlat or whatever.
And Vindictus is going to be able to see most of that column in Fey.
Yeah, he's going to see. Well, he'll see a portion of it. He'll see the head of it.
Yeah, he's going to
You'll see
'Cause
the head of it, because then it goes down into a valley, a little depression, and then comes back up.
yeah, I can see that. But he's going to be able to see everybody inside that just before it starts to drop. He's going to see all of that.
Yeah, he'll see that there's a mass of enemy troops there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Have all the 7 o'clock moves been performed, and now you guys are doing reports and?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. That artillery's moving. Nick's got it.
Meanwhile, Lake is like moving his guns all over the top of that hill.
Yeah, it's gonna just cause the men to be tired.
They've just been moving around the whole time.
I think he's positioning to unlimber. All right, everyone looking good. The scenario's looking good. The battle's shaping up. And I gotta tell you, blue needs to get there, but red has an uphill battle, literally.
Yeah, blue definitely has a dangerously wide open flank over here.
Yes, they
If
do,
Theo comes in over there.
but red has to scout it and say, "Oh, hey," they have to see it.
Yeah, or just aggressively push in that direction. They're going to find out.
Good, good, good. Good job, Griffin26, writing that stuff out. It's good.
Oh, thanks. It's harder to keep track of than I thought it would be. I thought with two people I'd be like, oh, this is easy, but it's actually like a pretty fast pace.
No, that's the thing is I want you guys to feel comfortable doing whatever it takes to remember what you got to do, what's going on. You make all the notes you want. Okay, remember to report when you're ready.
Okay.
Ready with Vendittas.
Okay.
Ready with the troops in Fey and Corny.
Okay.
Is Lake ready?
Nick's still working, I think.
Yeah, I've made the 7 o'clock move.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So we can give the report for 7?
Yes, let me go ahead and start the timer. Okay, let's go ahead. We'll move to 7:05. So 7 o'clock reports, 7:05 orders. All right, good job, Achilles. Thank you. Taking care of the clock for me. All right.
So wait, do the movement for the 7 o'clock orders now?
Yes, go ahead and move. Okay. Then give reports. Take screenshots and give reports.
And if Vendittas ordered his men to move this turn, they don't move till next turn.
I'd give him a 10-minute Vindictus. Yeah. Unless they're already in motion and the only thing he's doing is saying change direction. He's there with the men. He can change their direction pretty easy, but otherwise, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how he's doing it. Like if they're since their direction is this way,
Mm-hmm.
but if he wants to change it to this way, does he want them to go one behind the other, or does he want them
He
the whole
wants them to
formation to
form a
turn?
wedge moving this way.
Okay, so yeah, they're just going to follow one behind the other towards there. So, all right, that should be an easy movement for them to make. Oh, are you? Oh, so he's changing their.
He wants him like in a wedge almost.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's going to be a little more difficult for them to accomplish. So that'll take them a little extra time. I thought you were going to have them go one behind the other towards Somi there. That would have been faster.
Yeah, so I'll start him fanning out, but I'll leave the other three in line behind him.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good. And poor Sipiak is racing up here to try to find him. Wait, he moved.
So at 1,000 paces from Faye, is it safe to include this cavalry in a screenshot, or should it still just be that he can see a large mass of cavalry or some kind of large formation?
Well, is the commander seeing it or is his scout seeing it? If the commander's seeing it, then he can get the screenshot. But it looks to me the commander is still in the town.
It says, oh, he wants to. He says he wants to be riding around looking for someplace to deploy his guns at. That's not available. They're deployed on the main road running through Faye, sighted down it to the north. Okay. Well, that would be happening next turn, so I think he wouldn't still have a clear idea yet.
Okay. That's okay.
I'm gonna be right back.
Now on this map, these diagonal lines like around Somi here, is that like what kind of terrain feature is that?
Which ones? Show me. The
Down
Harachas or
here,
whatever they're
see where
called?
Somi is? You see the diagonal lines?
Oh, that's a vineyard.
Like plowed land? Okay,
It's
yeah.
a vineyard.
Agricultural? All right.
Yeah, it's
That makes sense.
grapes, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I literally think that's a vineyard. You're right. Like there's no legend, but for some reason I know that, and I'm trying to remember where I learned that. But yeah, it's a vineyard. All right, so we got this colorized K22 combat results table. I'll just flash it on the screen here. Isn't that absolutely beautiful? That's amazing. That looks great. -1 DRM. Yep. That's great. Yeah, Eli's correct. He says, oh man, Red could crush these guys right now on that hill if they stopped, got into their formations, then attacked at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have to attack at once. And yeah, you're right. They might not. Blue is out of position here. He's barely coming up now. All right. You guys let me know when you're ready. We'll advance the time again.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready as well.
All right. And then we're going to have these 6-pounders from LTD. Let me know when they go into action. Okay. Then if we're ready, I'll stop timer. That's 5.5 minutes, which is great. Okay. Let's go ahead and move to the next time. Move to 7:10. All right. Go
well,
ahead.
it's a 7.5 report and 7.10 orders.
Yes,
that's right.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. All right. I bet you these 6-pounders are going to go into action. So we'll take a look at the cheat sheet when it's time, just to double check the rules. Actually, I can do that now. And let's go to artillery. 6
So
pound foot.
here's a technical question for you. Are you going to allow these 6-pounders to fire even though they're behind what would be kind of the crest of this ridge here? Are you going to allow them to fire down or across?
I'm back. Did we do 7 o'clock report yet? Or 7:05 report yet?
We just started.
All right.
Who's the umpire for
them?
For,
they
For
just
LTD?
unloaded at 7:05. So they're
Okay.
not starting. They'll fire at 7:10.
Okay, so my ruling on that is the battery commander would position the guns so that they have a field of fire. I would imagine he would want to fire downwards, not just across the hill, but at anything approaching. So he would want to have the option to do both, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
So,
except the question is how much you need to press a Napoleonic cannon, which is not very much.
yeah. So what I would do is I would say he positions the guns in a position to accomplish that. And there you have it. So if we have to adjust the position slightly to give him that field of fire that he expects, I would make that adjustment, because that's something the battery commander would handle.
Okay.
Now, as far as the ability to depress the barrel, I don't know. Let's see, because if he is at, that's what, 300 meters elevation. Down here at the bottom, it's what, 200 meters elevation or so. So it's a 100-meter drop over a distance of, let's see here, we've got, about
1,000.
1,000 paces. I don't know what the conversion is for paces to meters off the top of my head. I can look it up. So let's see, 1,000 paces to meters. That's 762. So let's just say 750 meters. That's quite a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it would seem to me that these guys down in this vicinity, he wouldn't be able to fire on them. At least not from where he is.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably pretty reasonable. And you see how these lines go like this versus like this?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see what you're talking about, because that
So the crest.
the tile is cut right along that little crest.
Yeah, the crest is going to be like right there.
Yep, yep.
Now, of course, he could move the guns up to the crest line, and then they would have a nice shot. But then they're going to be forward of the infantry line unless he wants to move everybody up.
To unlimber, you need 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
5.
Yeah, 5, yeah. That seems reasonable.
Okay.
Let me look here. Where is Hill St. Blazes? Down here somewhere. Right here, right here. Here it is. Here it is in Google. Now it's all forested, but that's because it's become forested, whereas previously it was not necessarily. Is there a 3D option on here? Get that out of my way.
You could pull a Rock Creek.
Yeah, I really would like to see this in 3D.
Yeah.
There's photos. but the photos are of a fort.
Okay, I'm ready with Vindictus.
Oh, here you go. There's a view. I don't know what direction we're looking there, though. I mean, it almost looks like you could fire, but... Huh. Anyway, yeah, Google Earth is your friend sometimes. Are we ready on this order? We're
All
just...
right.
What are we going to do? We're going to start shooting? Or what? What are we doing? Or just Vindictus is done? All right.
So these artillery going to fire down on the infantry, the elite
This is
infantry.
done.
So they've unlimbered now.
Yep, at 7:10, or yeah, they were unlimbering.
Okay.
So
Wait, let me get everything ready.
if they want to fire down
Yep,
with
they're all
those
ready.
barrels that really can't depress that much, maybe they could kind of rig it so they could fire down a little. You know, they'd have to notch the hubs of those guns into the earth or something.
Start putting rocks under the tail end of the battery or the gun.
Yeah.
So you push the barrel down.
Yeah, let's just say that, maybe for we're going to penalize them another 5 minutes, but we'll let them fire. Only because at a certain point you're hitting yourself in the knee with a hammer because someone did that historically. And I don't want to do that. I want them to have some fun here. So we're going to let them shoot, even if the physics of it's debatable. But we're going to implement another 5-minute penalty. We'll just say the terrain is such that it was not expected. And by the way, yes, that's another shot that they could reasonably take there.
Yeah, their commander is going to need to decide who he wants to fire his artillery at.
Yeah, so from
over here or over there.
I mean, that's at extreme range, but it could be done.
Mm-hmm.
He had explicit orders to fire at the one right in front of him to the south.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Makes
then
sense.
another 5 minutes and it can go. Okay. Do we need any more time? Are we ready to go on this next turn?
I'm fine.
All right. Let's go ahead and go with the next turn. I'll start the timer to just track how long it takes.
Cavalry is still moving?
No, they're moving for the next turn.
So we're at 0715 now.
Wait, because I didn't deliver the 710.
Yeah, we're still at 710, I thought.
We're at 7:10, I hope.
Yes,
Yeah.
we
is
are.
it? Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
we are.
my
We
fault.
are on the 710
Report.
report. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Has all this red here been moved yet?
They haven't yet. He hasn't moved yet.
All right, I'll hold off on sending the report to blue then.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting with Blue's rear formation arriving kind of in the nick of time.
Yeah, so Vindictus thinks that the other blue infantry is a lot closer than it is. He thinks he's setting up for a cavalry charge alongside the infantry, but they're not going to get there in time, I don't think.
Yeah, this is quite a good game.
That's going to be cool.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to go in. He's giving conditional orders, not to go in until the infantry comes up, but he'll be forced out of that position before then, I imagine.
Well, okay. Let's see here. So let me know when you guys are ready.
Okay, still just need another minute or two.
Okay, well, we're not quite 2.5 minutes into the turn, so it's not bad.
Let me know when all the red is updated so I can start
Okay, I'm
sending
trying to
blue
figure out
this
how to
way.
carry out this guy's orders for Faye. Says he wants to counterman some stuff. That's artillery. I think the artillery would still be deploying forward, so we'll bring this up a little bit. He wants to leave the battalion here to garrison Faye, so they'll stay put.
Yeah, if he confuses you, can you imagine what he's doing to his men?
That's fair enough.
Exactly.
So
he's countermanding an order in the middle of its execution.
Yeah, the thing is, initially all he wanted was 2 battalions to garrison Faye. Now he's changing that to be 1st Battalion garrisoning Faye, and excuse me, the other 2 battalions moving through the town and attacking by way of Somni, where all the cavalry is stacked up at. So this will be interesting.
Well, this is going to be messy because he's got.
They're in column still. He has the orders
Yeah, and
on column 2.
he's got part of 1st Battalion in front of part of 2nd Battalion with another part of 1st Battalion behind it. What's up with that? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was. Hold on. Those aren't mixed up. That's my fault. They were in
Okay.
pairs of 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
Okay. I was going to say that's going to make that movement even harder.
No, that's my fault. They're in the right order there.
Okay.
Okay, let me give this guy an updated screenshot, and then I think we'll be good.
All right, let's take a look at the YouTube. Okay, Otto
Okay,
thinks
so
that... Go ahead.
sorry, Tsarina is firing at this infantry.
Okay, go ahead. If you want to do it, go ahead. If you're not sure, I can do it.
So
Take a look at the cheat sheet.
Can I move the ruler out of the way to take the screenshot?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just checking the range.
Otto says he's afraid the guys in the back are going to have a marching simulator. And no, they're going to catch up and they're going to arrive just in time to make a difference, unless the difference is made before they get there. We'll see what happens. I think the timing's going to work out. Peter says he would have looked to avoid it. And yeah, that's a game design, a scenario design consideration. How far back do you want units to start? Especially when you have 5 minutes. And the answer is not too far back, because as Otto and Peter correctly point out, you don't want somebody to play what we call marching simulator the whole time. But at the same time, you have to create kind of a layered scenario where things kind of happen, and then you kind of have this other wave of action when refresh forces arrive. So it's kind of a balance, and it looks like I think we've achieved that here, but we'll see.
It's interesting here because this blue force back here with Sipiak's force doesn't have to execute new orders. They're continuing on the same orders, so they're just marching down the road. So there's no order delay. But Ropa's force here has got to shake out to make their assault, so they're going to have an order delay, even though their distance is shorter. So by the time they're ready and start moving into assault, these guys are probably going to be arriving like in this vicinity.
Regarding artillery fire, Marshal, so I have to use the unopposed die.
That's correct.
Given the distance, I suppose there is only one die.
Let's see. What is the range to target?
1,400.
Okay, 1,400 meters. Let's check the... and they're 12 pounders, so it's roll one die, apply the result. Yep.
Any DRM? Because there are 4.
They're 12 pounders. What are they firing on? Infantry?
Yes.
It's a +1 DRM because they're firing on infantry, a big mess of men. Okay. And so go ahead and apply the DRM. Target retreats. So they're going to fall back 400 paces, and they're going to both take disruption. So they started to get hit by artillery. They did not like it, and they fell back. And they can fall back kind of any direction. If you think they'd fall back behind the formation or something, that's fine too. They don't have to fall, directly back from the line of fire. They
Okay.
could fall to a side or oblique or whatever. Okay, let's see some more comments while we work on that. Yeah, I think they'll get some
I'm ready,
action.
by the way.
Hey, Jan, good to see you. Let's see. All right.
Guten Tag, Jan. Wie geht's es Ihnen?
There you go. Okay. All right, I think it's time for the next turn then, right? Are we ready? That was
Yep.
an 8-minute, 10-second turn then. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed. Time it again. You guys are doing great.
But Marshall,
Yes.
you get a disruption when you retreat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but you don't take a step loss. You just take disruption. So if they kind of sit still long enough, they will recover that disruption. Now, how long we want to cost them is up to us. If we play nice, they recover in one turn. If we play realistic, it might be 10, 15 minutes or so at least.
So if at 7:10 Vindictus ordered 2 of his squadrons to swing and attack the artillery, would they move now or wait till next turn?
And it's a 7:10 turn or 7:15 actually now, right? We're moving to 7:15.
Yep,
well, he's right there, and if they've been standing there, standing by, they would do that after a 1-turn delay. Yeah.
Can you help me with artillery? Just show me how it's
Sure.
done.
Okay.
This artillery
So
is
these are
firing
6-pound guns, and they're firing down this hill, and we said we'd go ahead and let them. So we'll flip this here over to the correct side. They're 6-pounders. There's no bonus because they're not firing counter battery. They're just firing on troops. So let me take a look here. So it looks like they're going to fire at about 1,200 meters. Okay, or 1,200 paces, I'm sorry. 1,200 paces. All right, so if that's 1,200 paces, then
Guys, I'm a little bit sorry, interrupting you because there is movement everywhere, and I thought that the turn was finished and we could do the screenshot. So.
Oh no! Have you missed a screenshot?
No, well, I mean, I see by example that the blue are moving, but is it the move from 7:10 or 7:15?
It's the 7:10 move, and then we're going to give the 7:10 reports,
Okay,
and then
fine.
the
Yeah, okay.
7:15 orders, the orders that will.
So okay, we were okay. Sorry, it's my mistake.
Okay. All right, so this is going to be roll 1 unopposed arty die and apply the result. There are no bonuses to it. So when we get to the combat, after everything is moved and we're ready for combat, that's what we'll do.
Are these guys near Corny not doing anything?
They're supposed to be advancing to attack. They move forward a bit, but I don't think deployed in line, they just don't move that far forward, right? I think it's like 200 paces or so. I'm trying to find it.
Well, it's a complication, right?
Yeah.
So it's a 25% reduction.
Yep.
Okay, so they should be a little further forward.
So yeah, they would go 300 paces.
So this guy,
well, being in formation and being on open terrain, but not on a road, that's 2 complications technically. I would count that creek as another one.
Yep.
So they're gonna move real slow through there.
Okay, so their move is complete then here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, are we ready to roll the die on that artillery?
I'm all ready.
Okay, go ahead and give it a good roll. And what's the result?
Target falls back.
Okay, so the men start taking hits. They're like, oh, we don't like this, and they're going to try to take cover. Now, here's where we apply our umpire discretion. He's firing on these units. Now, if they were to fall back, they'd be falling uphill and still be in range. However, you see these lines here. This is an orchard. And the men might say, you know what, there's better cover ahead. And we allow them to fall forward into the orchard. Okay, now, because they're doing something that's kind of out there and they're looking for cover, I would have penalized them by giving them disruption. So even though they're falling forward instead of back, and that seems like a bonus because they're getting free movement across that creek, we're going to penalize, we're going to compensate by applying disruption to them. Does that make sense? Does that sound reasonable to people?
No.
Yeah.
If not, we can apply a different result. But again, this is where the rules don't quite cover this. But as an umpire, you're like, you know, if I were in this situation, I'd be like, really run ahead and get to where they can't see you. So, yeah, I would go ahead and put them right there in that orchard, or that they're in there. They're among the vines. But it's going to be hard to give them commands now for a moment. In fact, they're probably going to... Go ahead.
Yeah, in a modern situation, that's exactly what you would do. You double time it to the cover.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Now, in a Napoleonic formation, that's going to disrupt the entire formation. So,
yeah.
Yeah. So it does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. All right. And again, that's what it means to be an umpire. Okay, are we done with this turn? Are we ready to move ahead?
Yes.
All right, that's
Sending
6
reports
minutes.
Can't wait to see what Lake is going to do with these cuirassiers coming straight towards his guns.
Well, I know what the guns would do.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
they're going to pivot.
Let me know when you guys are ready. We're running about 8 minutes a turn here.
All right, my 7:15 around.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. All right, give reports. That's what you were doing. You were just giving a screenshot. You're kind of ahead of us, I think. Give reports. So during the report phase, at the start of the turn, you give reports to the players, which means give them their screenshots. And in addition to the screenshot, you report anything that they would see or are experiencing, however you want to do it. And then, after you've done that, after they've had time to give it some thought, like a minute maybe, you then receive their orders. And then you come back, you draw their orders on the map. And then on the start of the next turn, we execute the movements, or whenever the movements are ready to execute. Okay, so we got to make sure that now that we're in contact with each other, we've got to stay synchronized and do everything in lockstep now. So right now, you're reporting to your men. This is what's happening. And then momentarily, you'll come back with their new orders, and you'll draw their orders on the map.
And Marshall, this terrain around Sami, this is a field, this kind of crosshatch pattern, right?
Orchard.
It's
orchard.
It's a vineyard technically.
Vineyard.
Vineyard.
Okay.
Yeah, see where the trees are in a line, that's an orchard.
That's an orchard. Sorry.
Yeah.
I meant to say vineyard and I said orchard, but
yeah. But it's a field or often a vineyard.
Okay.
We can say field or whatever, but I kind of ruled it was a vineyard.
Okay.
Some kind of agricultural land.
Okay,
Yes.
so these are we ready to resolve this attack then?
Yeah, as soon as all the reports have gone out and we have orders from the players for the next turn, draw everything out, and then we execute everything at once. Yeah, I forgot to start my timer. But yeah, we just have to make sure now that we're synchronized. You can fudge if you fall out of sync on the march to contact. That's not a huge problem. But once you're in contact, you really do have to move in sync. And then, of course, part of this is we have order delays that we're using now. So those formations, well, the delays take time. So you might have the enemy doing something inside your decision loop.
I'd love to know from somebody who's more of an expert on this kind of on Napoleonic stuff, how long it would take to pivot the guns, resight them, and reload them.
Probably faster than you think. I know certainly during the
Yeah.
American Civil War, they could do that pretty quick if they were properly drilled. So the short answer is it depends.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't want to.
We're saying obviously that it could occur in a 5-minute increment.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to how long it would normally take to do that.
Yeah.
All right. Ready for 6:15 orders?
6:15. You've gone back in
7:15.
time.
Or 7:15. My bad.
Yeah, that's what he meant. Just draw them out, and then we execute the orders and roll combats. But draw them out, whatever you need to remember, and then we'll execute everything all at one time.
This cuirassier isn't going to be able to do this movement.
Well, yeah, you're right with that little cut in the road there in front of him. So
this one can, but this one won't.
He'll have to break off and fall in behind the other one.
Yeah, he wanted that to happen really anyway. He wants them to kind of swing.
They would not charge until the last 100 or 200 meters maximum. So they're not going to charge that whole distance. What they would do is they would trot up to about 100 meters or so, and then they charge in. That's typically how it was done, from my understanding. You don't want to be charging all over. Also, these are dragoons. These are not. Oh no, are they?
No, these are cuirassier.
They're cuirassier.
Well, they need cuirassier blocks. You got dragoon blocks, buddy.
It says they're cuirassiers.
Yeah,
he's written it in. Yeah.
That's what he's written on there. But the cuirassier blocks are actually these, with the 2 lines. These are cuirassier blocks. Yeah, these are dragoons, lancers, and hussars. So, oops. I guess if we want to be really particular about it.
Well, those are the ones he put in his description, so maybe.
But they're cuirassiers.
If we want to put
right?
it against them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're supposed to be cuirassiers.
I might have chosen the wrong block. It's my bad.
No, it's okay.
These are prettier.
Right? Yeah, the cuirassier blocks look a little vanilla. They are kind of badass in their simplicity. Of course, I deleted them just now. Copy. We only need 3 of them. All right, we got it. Oop.
Yeah, and they're just supposed to be behind the farm there.
All right.
Question, Marshall.
Yeah,
Do
go ahead.
units recover disruption?
Yeah, it depends on how lenient you want to be. It's highly circumstantial. I would say in this game, 10 minutes, maybe 15 tops. If they're not doing anything, if they're not under threat, they recover disruption pretty quick, in like 10 minutes. So that would be 2 turns. On the other hand, if there's combat and stuff going around them, they're going to recover that disruption maybe 20, 30 minutes time. So,
and you don't start the clock until after they've stopped moving.
Yes, that's right.
So however long it took them to get back to wherever it is they stopped moving, then you start the clock to end the disruption.
Correct. All right, let's take a look here.
Hrappa wants to fire any artillery. Well, his battery's deployed out here. So I'm trying to remember how do you drop the little arrow ping?
Tab.
Tab.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, he wants to try to shoot the artillery out here at Sami.
Yeah, he's masked. Well, he's on this hill, but yeah, okay, I'll allow it just because he's kind of if he's on the edge of this hill, and these guys are on low terrain. I generally have a rule against firing over the heads of troops, but there's enough elevation here, I think. You could kind of shoot across.
You and
Oh.
Sam Mustafa, both of you.
Yeah.
Sorry, and Harappa is also
Oh,
asking. He asked if he should have 2 gun sections for 6 points. I think that might be my bad. I'm pretty
Yep.
sure
Yep.
he's correct.
So that would be a half. Generally, a battery is purchased at, let's see here, building units. 6 pound is $10 or 10 points, and you get 2 blocks like infantry. So what did he spend?
He spent 6 points.
So you wanted a 12-pound half block, half battery. Is it 12-pounders?
Yeah, they
is
are.
12-pounders.
Okay, so yeah, so he gets one of these bigger blocks, one of them. Do we have to? We might have to duplicate one, and that's fine too. Just duplicate.
Oh, okay.
That works too. That's the same thing. All right, you're good.
And as for the infantry, I think the infantry would just keep going forward. I just want to make sure there wasn't anything to resolve with the cavalry first.
Well, cavalry might.
No, the
might
cavalry just sitting behind the farm.
Okay, so we're going uphill.
Yeah, neither side's going to have an easy time passing. If those are vineyards, they're not going to have an easy time passing through that.
Okay.
Because, grapes are laid out in rows, and it's just really hard to get through them. I do have to check to see if that's just standard farmland or vineyard, but since we made the ruling that it's a vineyard, that's particularly difficult to move through a vineyard versus everyday farmland. Like you can ride over, a field of cabbage or broccoli, no problem. Got one growing outside my window, in fact. You can just walk right through it. But if it's a vineyard and you have the grapevines, and
Yeah.
Achilles would know this because you live in grape country just as I do.
Yeah.
You're not going to move across that at all. It's
Yeah,
solid.
you can't pass between the rows. You
Yeah.
could go. I mean, you could go straight down a row, but
Mhm.
you couldn't go from row to row very easily.
Yeah. So, okay, this is taking a long time. Is there anything that needs to be resolved? Any combat?
Combat.
Yes.
There's a bunch of combat.
Okay, so now we have 12-pounders firing at cavalry, so they're going to get a +1. And they are firing at...
Target retreats.
And they're firing at what's going to be 400 paces or less. So they're going to roll 2 dice with a positive DRM. Let's see, with the +4 DRM, or yeah, copy. However, remember what we said about charging directly into the mouths of guns?
Sorry, why are you moving the red here?
Oh, I did the artillery. Hit them, and they got target retreats.
But you.
Yeah, and these
I
force
thought
haven't
they were
moved yet either.
protected from the fire.
So is the artillery able to hit that?
Maybe.
We say they move forward because they want
There's
to be
cover.
protected.
So at a minimum, apply a 1 or 2 negative DRM, because what I would say is just no effect really, or
No
maybe
effect.
you apply a disruption here or there or something. But they're already firing downhill at a disadvantage. They really, and these guys are in some cover, so although they're disrupted and they're not particularly combat effective, the trade-off is the artillery is going to have a hard time seeing them and hitting them.
Sure.
Okay. So
Say
here,
no effect.
so here we have these guys again coming. Well, they have to come around this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to commit to a charge here. They're going to go right into the mouths of these guns. So let's roll it.
Take canister walling.
Retreat and fall back. So I would take and apply the effects to this lead element. It's going to retreat and fall back, so he's going to come back pretty far. I would give him a couple disruption. I would apply a disruption to the cuirassier, and then I would let that cuirassier hit. That's how I might do it.
Are you going to apply a disruption to this cuirassier because the other guys fell through them? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So what I did was I put 2 on this one. I doubled the penalty for that one. I put
Yeah.
1 on this. Like, they need to pay for doing that. They need to pay a higher price than what was rolled, frankly. But now they're connecting with this. Okay, so now we roll infantry versus cav die, which is this one. Okay, and they're not in a square, so and they're cuirassiers, so they're going to get like a +3, I think. Okay, 4 +3. Okay, infantry retreat. So these guns are going to start. These guns are getting out of here. And really, I would almost say the guns are being abandoned, and these men are
Yeah.
running. The men are running, but you can go ahead and move all that. Also, poor Tsarina is going to have to withdraw. All of this is a mess. Okay, I will go ahead and allow these guns to stand, although I would interrupt their fire for at least 1 or 2 turns. I would mark disruption on them, in fact. This unit is spent. I would either remove it for play or say he has to turn around and go back. You know, he's basically scattered all the men here anyway. This is no longer an effective combat force for the time being. It will take like a half hour to get it back operational. These guys are going to pull off, and they're spent. In fact, do they have a spent side? Yes, they do. And yes, they do. All right, they're both spent. And cavalry in its spent state really can't do much. It's certainly not going to conduct offensive operations. So they need to ride to the rear. They're done for the day. That was the trade. That's a pretty good exchange for both sides. All right. Yeah, good job. Good points, Grau, on woods and trees. Okay, we need to go ahead and give reports. So take screen, or is there anything else that needs to move? All right, take screenshots and give reports. I'm going to keep track of the time here because we really slowed down on that turn.
Yes, which of this artillery is not firing at all?
That's right.
Because okay, yeah.
Pull those off. All right.
Did Sipiak move this turn?
Yep, I move Sipiak.
Okay.
Okay, so give screenshots and reports and then get orders, draw the orders, and then we'll move everything at once. Don't move anything, though, until reports have come back. Until you guys have orders back.
So what's the time now? Are we on 7:20?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a dramatic turn. And poor Lake, his stuff is getting hammered.
Oh yeah. He's lucky he didn't lose all of his artillery there.
Yeah.
If Vindictus had sent another one of these cuirassiers down there with him as a reserve,
Yeah, it probably
they
would
could
have
have
taken. Yeah.
they could have exploited that and just run over the other battery.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, Lake is kind of lucky. He got lucky that Vindictus didn't send more, and he got lucky that the die roll wasn't a notch or 2 worse.
Yeah. But this is what you were talking about earlier about the use of reserves. I mean,
Yep.
there's if he had a reserve to exploit the success of his initial charge, he could have overrun this entire formation,
Yep.
both batteries.
Yeah. Instead, the lead element took, canister to the face or grape shot to the face, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one got through, but, sometimes, and with cavalry, a success can be just as bloody as a defeat almost in terms of blowing men and horses and,
Mm-hmm.
it's not an armor unit with fresh fuel. think an armor unit now with spent ammo and out of gas. You know,
Yeah, that sucks.
yeah. But that's where we're at. You know, they went, they fought. Okay, they're done. They're spent.
And we're just drawing everything out right now, right? Not
That's right.
moving
We're
anything.
just receiving orders, and then we'll implement the orders together as soon as all the orders are in.
Well, this is my first rodeo doing this on TTS. I've done it a couple times in person.
Yeah, you guys are doing great. Very proud of the umpire team today.
Right,
It does seem like these have been going really quickly. The turns seem to be going very quickly. At least it feels that way to me.
Yeah, we have a good player umpire ratio.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big factor. The other factor is you have myself here as a whip, you there to advise and assist as needed, and then it's the system is relatively simple too. It's not too complicated. But really,
is it
it's
okay? Oh, sorry.
no, it's. I was just gonna say, really, it's the player to umpire ratio is really good. Go ahead.
Is it okay to start carrying out movements for
No,
red guys?
let's wait until everyone has their movements in.
What's this green square here?
Oh, sorry. These guys are ready to act on the orders to form square. His lead
Ah.
line, at least.
Okay, yeah, as soon as everyone is back with orders, we're waiting on who? Let's see who we're waiting on. We're waiting on one more. Waiting on Portals to come back. Okay, with his orders here. Yeah. It's very important to keep synchronized.
Oh dear. These guys are going to start double timing?
Yeah, okay, so we have rules on double time. In fact, it may even
I was
be
gonna
on
ask
the movement
yeah,
ruler.
Theo just asked. He says, where is this?
Okay, so it's on the movement ruler. Actually, double click. They can get like.
How do you want to handle double time?
So it's on the ruler. How the heck did I come up with this calculation? I know I did the math on it, so it's correct. I just don't remember how I did the math. He's got Jaegers out there. He's got a Jaeger block. You bought Jaegers?
Yep.
Okay. They're going to move out to here, to 700. And then that's it. They're not going to be able to do it again.
Gotcha.
And they would be temporarily disrupted, but we won't mark it. We're just going to say that they're tired, and I don't think there's anything to interfere with the movement disruption. There's sort of we've tracked this in some games where units take disruption because they move over broken terrain or they double quick, but then it comes off as soon as they slow down or stop. So that certainly applies here, but I don't see any need to mark it. It's not going to be a factor. They're not going to be instantly in battle. Okay, it looks like everyone's back, so go ahead and begin moving units. And Sipiak's units have just moved, but go ahead and move all the others. And then once everything is moved, we'll do any combats that need to occur.
Holy moly.
It seems like they moved kind of far, but they do have, I think, 1,000 paces of movement.
Mm-hmm. I was just thinking they just evacuated that area pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are orders.
Interesting. just in time for the infantry in front of them to form squares.
Well, I told him it was a vineyard in front of him, and he kind of decided he didn't want to charge through that.
Makes sense.
Quick question. So this artillery, there's order delay, 5 minutes. Who would they fire at, you think?
Oh, yeah, I would say they're going to redirect their fire this direction because they don't have a target here anymore.
Sure. Well, it's good the commander ordered that as well.
Now, would the units here at Fey have line of sight on the lead of this column coming up from area of Hanau?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Where's the artillery ruler? Ah, here we go. Are these guns going to be able to start going into action against those columns coming up?
Yes. Yeah, and it looks like they're already rotated to face them, so yeah. Just don't forget the complications to the movement.
Oh, right. I should drop these guys back just a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, calculate it. And again, it doesn't have to be precise. If you forget or you give them an extra, 100 paces of movement, oh well. All of this stuff's meant to be variable. We're not playing miniatures here. We're doing everything with the ruler, and it's got to be precise.
This is starting to look like a blue victory.
Maybe, but red's about to go in, and then we'll see if they recover that disruption or.
Yeah, it depends a lot on what happens on Theo's side over here.
Yeah.
I think
Theo
that's
and Hrapa can attack at the same time. They would crush him, but Hrapa's being a little too slow, I think.
Yeah. Okay, are there any combats to be resolved? All the movements are made?
There's the artillery.
Okay, then get the range on the artillery to their target, and then roll the correct number of dice, and just determine, like, what size guns are those? Are those 6s or 12s or 6s?
6.
Okay,
That's
you got the correct
1200.
ruler. Okay, well, really, measure from the front. But yeah, he's under 1200. So.
Is that just a normal unopposed die?
Okay, and how many do you roll? Just the one?
Yeah.
Yep. One die, apply the result.
Right. Saying it right? Why isn't it? There we go.
Right? I know it's not satisfying the way it rolls.
Target falls back.
Okay, so he's gonna just kind of fall back a couple hundred. He doesn't like getting shot at there in the orchard, or the vineyard, so they're gonna fall back a bit and hope it cools off. Maybe you shoot at the other guys next to us. Okay.
Would they take disruption as well?
No, a fallback is an orderly, step backwards. Now, again, as an umpire, you might say, wait a minute, their orders to go forward and they're stopping and falling back. That's pretty disruptive, and you can apply it at your discretion. So if it's reasonable and you think it should apply, then apply it. So that's up to you.
I think I'll hold off on this time.
Okay.
It is kind of dense there.
Okay. All right, go ahead and give reports then. Let me see the time. How long did we take this time? Where's my clock? 11 minutes. That's too long. All right. That's okay. Go ahead and give reports. Take your screenshots, give reports. Time it again. See if we do a little better.
Yeah, this is that part where the orders start to become more complicated because
Mhm.
they're engaged, and then the actual resolution becomes more complicated because you have to do combat resolutions.
Well, and you have to delay things.
Yeah.
Remember the orders. I don't want us to forget that we're implementing delays to every time they change their orders.
Hmm.
They don't get
But
instant
yeah,
obedience.
the players start. I mean, as soon as they start getting shot at, they they their orders start to become more complicated.
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh, move this battalion to 5 paces to the right. Do this
Yeah.
to this one.
When the ability of the men to comply under fire is probably less.
Exactly. There's it's like two like a scale going up and down. The ability of the men to respond to what you're telling them to do becomes lower, but the amount of things you're asking them to do becomes higher.
Right. Yeah. I want to model more of that. That makes it more realistic, more of a challenge.
Yeah, and it's that aspect of whatever order you've given them, you know, essentially you're going to have to commit to it at some point because you're not going to be able to change much after that. That's when everything starts to pass down to the lowest level.
Hmm.
And that this is just holding.
All right. Are we ready for movement?
Yes. Yeah, we all have our orders. We're all back. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make the moves.
And we're doing order delay, right?
Yes, so there will be delays. So if you have to mark that or whatever you need to do to remember it, write the time that the order will begin to be executed. But there's going to be a delay because the order's got to pass down all that line of men.
Maybe a question. Um, Lake is writing or is ordering. Oh, okay. I am. How do you? What's the word? I am leading by example. I mean, he's going down his horse and showing to the men what they have to do and so on.
Mm-hmm.
How do you take this into account
Yeah,
when?
he's in the rear by himself with his men. He can do whatever he wants is fine. Obviously, he would do what he wants to do instantly. There's no delay. Whether or not his men follow is another question. Really, he just needs to rally his forces. He doesn't need to march anywhere. He needs to rally the men that he has with him. Is that what he's trying to do?
Yes, he's trying to
Yeah.
rallying them.
And
Sorry.
there's no more threat to him, so I would go ahead and let some of that disruption come off, maybe, especially the two guns that didn't retreat.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's like, hey, no, get back on your piece. Get back on your guns. Be ready to fight. And then the other ones, they move closer to coming undisrupted. Now down that hill, they're out of touch. They're pretty far away. They're not just gonna do something. You can send them a courier. It'll take a turn to get there. And however, they have been cowering in that foliage for a while.
Yeah, their disruptions could come off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Agree.
Nico, what orders are those guys acting under, the disrupted guys? Because Sarina transferred them over to Theo, but Theo hasn't sent them any new orders, so I think they're
So
still
for
fighting
me,
on.
the last orders they receive was to move up the hill as much as possible without being fired by the artillery, staying
Okay.
hidden from the artillery.
Okay.
So
Oh,
chances are they're going to stay basically right where they are and rally
Okay.
until somebody tells them to do something else.
okay. Is there any combat to resolve? Are all the movements done?
I think probably just some artillery, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead
think
and roll it.
artillery. Did these troops move?
They moved forward, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of complications, so they're not moving very fast.
And then should I take this disruption up? Probably not,
Yeah,
right?
well, they've been disrupted for a while. That's fine. I would take it off.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's roll that artillery. Roll any artillery that needs to be rolled.
No effect.
All right. They missed. They more or less missed. The men didn't chicken out this time.
And I guess over on the right, Hoppa's artillery would fire into the infantry at Hanau. It's pretty long range, but
Okay. Well, there's a chart for it. There's on the cheat sheet. It tells you what you get to roll.
1600, 1500. All right, so 2 dice then.
And apply the least result. No effect.
Okay.
Okay.
I think red is good then.
Okay. All done. I think we're done with the turn.
Could this guy fire on this turn or next turn? They
Next-
are
next-
just recoloring.
turn.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, next turn. Okay, so that was not quite 9 minutes. We did real well there. Okay, let's go ahead and give reports.
Okay. We on 725?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah, Achilles, just keep moving that clock. You're doing great on that. You're a champ.
I know.
You're doing great, man. All right. So this is screenshot and give players reports time. And hopefully they've learned not to change their orders every turn. I hope that's not happening.
That should definitely be a lesson that gets drilled in by this this example.
Yeah, you need to come up with a plan, and you need to follow the plan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and any variation of the plan should be left up to your battalion commanders, who should react in accord with the situation. But generally, if it's a good plan, it should just kind of happen.
Yeah, once they're engaged, anything coming from higher up is essentially noise.
Yeah. Yeah, you're trying to survive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're making low-level tactical decisions, whatever the circumstance, and some general, back there sending you a message telling you to do something else. It's just static.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah, once once you commit troops, they're out of command and control for the most part, especially in this time period.
Yeah.
So, there we go. Not bad. All right, Eli's concerned that red is turning their flank into the guns. They're going to be in some trouble. We'll see.
Vindictus is done. He's just moving his cav behind the artillery.
And it looks like blue more or less arrived. Okay, and then just draw the orders as they give their orders. Just draw them out on the map.
Oh gosh. Okay. So yes, okay. Well.
Yeah, like Brant over at the Armchair Dragoons likes to say, the only thing radios do for you is give you the wrong information faster. Difference between modern and Napoleonic.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
And so in this situation around Faye, the infantry is under orders that they received 5 minutes ago to withdraw, and then he just countermanded the order. So then they'll be getting orders to attack next turn or next cycle. But
Now, see, there's an opportunity to create some chaos. Those guys would be moving halfway back on their withdrawal orders. Then the guy rides up and tells them to attack. So now they got to reform and prepare for an attack, which they're gonna move halfway back. Then they're gonna sit still for like 5 or 10 minutes before they can
yeah,
even start
I
doing
think that's
anything.
a good idea.
Yeah,
I'll have them sit for at least a turn cycle.
yeah, that's a complication. That's a beautiful complication to throw at him because he needs to learn not to be countermanding orders.
Are we moving?
I think Red is ready to
Okay,
move.
then if we're ready, go ahead and move.
I think this order delay is going to make some of them mad, but
Yeah, I get that
Then
feeling as well.
that means they're doing it right.
Yep, that's right. You're doing it correctly. It gives them additional things to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Eli thinks it's time for Red to withdraw and leave the field. I'm almost inclined, but they have to satisfy the conditions of honor, which means they're going to have to exchange a volley up here at the top. But yeah, Blue is concentrated at the top of the hill. They have the reinforcements up. And then on the right flank, while Blue is weaker, I don't know what they're going to do. But I'm not sure Red's going to easily be able to carry the hill now.
well, I don't think these guys will be much help because they're ordered to go back up in 5 minutes.
Oh, well. Yeah, I was going to say they're a pretty convenient reserve force. Are we done with moving? Are we ready to roll dice?
Ready.
Okay.
Give them a few minutes to screw everything up.
Yeah, these units will be in musket range on the next turn, so roll any dice you have to roll. Also, how
Okay.
long have these artillery been firing?
A long time. I think it's probably 4 turns now they've been
Okay,
firing.
so they should be low on ammo, so they're going to have to pause to reload.
You think this turn?
No, let them. Well, I would say they have canister shot for sure still. So
Are
if
they
they're
in
within,
canister range?
yeah, they can fire their canister shot.
Yeah, small canister.
Well, whatever that is, they're what, 6-pounders?
Yeah.
Apply the greatest result between 2 dice. Yeah.
Was the small canister was just for
the
the
start.
skirmishers. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a question. Do they want a small canister of the skirmishers, or do they want to go for the all the way through fire skirmishers and the infantry behind them?
They can't hit two, can they?
Well, oh, sure you can. Yeah, it goes through,
Oh,
but you're really only going to roll once. So what did they roll? They rolled target retreats on both dice?
I haven't rolled yet.
Oh, just roll it, and we'll just say they're targeting the regular infantry.
Target retreats.
Okay,
Target retreats.
so they're going to retreat. So they're going to fall back through here like this. In fact, I'm going to flip them.
Do they get a disruption too?
Yep, they do. They take a disruption, and that's it. But now this unit will come up and it'll come online right behind them, and then they'll get one more shot with their small canister if they get in small canister range. But then that's it. They need to pause for a turn to replenish their ammo.
Question: what do you want? What happens with these skirmishers? Wouldn't they fire on the guns?
They're technically embedded with the unit. What skirmishers do is they give a +1 DRM to the infantry in combat. So even if they're firing, they're kind of peppering the unit, but they're not necessarily destroying it or capturing it or anything.
Okay.
We could say that maybe there's some disruption or something involved.
And there's no, let's see, is that close enough? Would there have been any simultaneous fire from the infantry, or are you saying that the infantry doesn't fire on the assault
They
like
were
that?
not quite in range yet.
Okay.
They have to be within 400 paces. Now, I don't know that they were within 400 paces. They were doing large canister. They were kind of at the far edge of it.
Yeah, you're right.
They were like at
The
410,
skirmishers,
420 paces.
The skirmishers were at 400, but the regular infantry was just outside it.
So you would say that the skirmishers began peppering the battery with long-range shots that are not very well aimed or placed. You know, but that's that. Okay. All right. Go ahead, and that should end the turn. Let me check the time on this one. That was 10 minutes, but we also spent some time talking about it. All right, let's go ahead and give reports. Next turn, next time increment. Achilles, it's all you, man. It's all you on the time. Here we go. Here's the close-up.
Uh-oh.
Here it is. Here it is. Can he do it? Unbelievable. He did it. All right.
It is amazing. My skills are improving dramatically.
You're Kronos, man. You're the god of time. All right. Okay, so reports are going out.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to resolution.
Yeah, I think so too. Certainly in the next 30 minutes, probably 2 or 3 turns at least.
Yeah, a lot depends on what happens over here.
Yeah, I want to see that attack on the left fail or succeed before we call it.
Yeah.
And then what's on the right is kind of a sideshow. Why is he withdrawing?
Well, now, so that was the last turn he was acting under withdrawal orders. Now he would have just gotten a courier to stop withdrawing and to instead attack through Sami towards the hill.
No.
I think we were going to impose like a 5-minute delay
Yeah.
of them standing still.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier.
But attack through Somni after the main attack has already been repulsed or succeeded. Oh, man. I mean, he's got troops there. It could get through, but I don't know. There's a lot of reinforcements there, too.
Well, yeah, if he's going to attack to here, it depends a lot on what these guys do, because they're going to catch him enfilade right there.
Yeah, they should have their own separate fight. And he's got a Jaeger block. Those Jaegers should be out front doing what Jaegers do, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let's see. Give the reports, get the orders, draw them out, and then we'll implement all of them. We'll execute all. All right. Yeah, Eli, I don't know if they're going to withdraw. Welcome back, Jan. Good to see you. Yeah, I wonder if they're finding the order delay frustrating or compelling.
I guarantee they're finding it frustrating, which is
Yeah,
lovely. It should
yeah.
be.
Ultimately, though, you also want it to be kind of fun for them because the idea is the other guy's dealing with order delay too, and if you
Mhm.
can kind of get inside that, you can really mess with him. The
Oh yeah.
problem
But
for red is they're attacking, whereas blue's on the defense.
yeah,
So,
it's much
yeah.
harder to do the attack. But most of blue had to move up there, and then they've kind of been bouncing all over the place too. I think it's a question of guys getting used to the idea. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's a change in thinking, a change in mentality for them, and
Mm-hmm.
that's always going to be more frustrating at first until you start to realize how this works.
Yeah. This was definitely a tough scenario for red, but
Yeah.
they did have an opportunity to take the position, but they would have had to have moved with a
Yeah,
lot
they
of
needed to be more
purpose.
aggressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they were not. Which anytime
I,
someone tells you take a hill, you're going to have to be maximum aggressive.
mhm.
Otherwise, you're not going to take it. If you hesitate or you hold back, you're not going to take that position.
Yeah, the assault it has to be violent.
Mm.
You got to commit to it. I think maybe one of the key things was when Theo put his guys into line. He put his guys into line too early, and it slowed their movement coming up this way dramatically.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I
right.
will say that attack did take longer to go in than even I thought it would as I was
yeah.
pushing the guys across.
Yeah.
If he'd stayed in a column a little longer and gotten up this road, because blue wasn't ready over here. These guys were still disrupted at that time, and they were not ready over here at that time.
And
He could have been on top of them a lot sooner.
that's a really important command decision too. When do you go into line and commit?
Yep.
You know.
It's
So
tough too because he didn't know what was very far to his north at all. Like with only having infantry as he's moving up.
Yep. Sometimes you got to not fight the ghosts in your head.
hmm it'll be good feedback for the critique. There's a lot to say here in critique. Anyway, we'll definitely be resolving in about 30 minutes or so, I think. So, let's see here. So we're getting all the little orders and reports in. Yeah, blue is going to shift to their right. So
Mhm.
they're just all going to concentrate on that hill. So I think what we do is we let this attack kind of resolve.
Yeah.
Now that artillery's low on ammo, so he's only going to get a short range canister shot, and then that'll be it for the artillery. Let's
This
see.
this rear unit that's coming up, he had held in reserve.
Mm-hmm.
This
Now's a
battalion
good
here.
time to commit it.
It's supposed to be forming into line like right now.
Okay.
And pushing forward.
Okay. Yeah, it's about right. It's good timing. The question is the one on the left holding and waiting, or is the one on the left still marching forward?
I think they're still going forward because he sent, quite a few orders of like pushing the attack in.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Are we ready to resolve?
Yeah. These guys are elite too.
Okay. Yeah. Do any movement that has to be made. I don't think they've moved this turn, have they?
No.
These guys, go ahead and move. Theo's units, if they need to move.
So
All
close
right.
to say
Yep.
there.
Yep. There we go. Okay.
And
let's check the range on that. You're just at 200, maybe a little.
they did have a little more movement on them. Like they could have moved closer if they wanted to.
Okay, so if they want to fire at 200, that's fine. They're going to take disruption. But that's
I
fine.
think at this point he wants to aggressively push it in.
Okay, perfect. All right.
He's got a chance. He could break these guys. This is a elite battalion coming up with skirmishers against regular infantry.
Yeah.
And at that range, both sides are going to take one disruption right off the bat.
Yeah. Now, what's this artillery going to be doing? Is this artillery going to say we're going to turn and fire?
Well, no, because aren't they going to be firing still at the guys that are directly in front of them?
Well, they're out of their long-range ammo we ruled. All they have
Oh,
is
that's
short-range canister.
that's right.
But they also have a large mass of men coming up their front.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say he has the skirmishers of all his regiments under command to attack the artillery. I'm
Okay.
not sure whether you would consider the leftmost one as doing that, whether they would engage the infantry to their front, but
Okay, so the skirmish Zug is really a reminder block. It's not a
Okay.
distinct unit per se. What it does is it reminds the Empire that there is a skirmish company embedded in the battalion, which is a +1 DRM. So it's an abstraction. That means is there are men out here in front of the line, in open order formation, and they are peppering the enemy in advance of the main attack going in. That's what that means.
gotcha.
So,
Okay.
This is going to be an interesting umpire discretion moment here,
uh-huh.
because the umpire is essentially going to be the battery commander here, right? Is that how you would deal that,
Yeah.
Marco?
What would the batter? Now, if
Okay,
you
so
want to be
he needs to
fair,
make
you
he
roll a
needs to make
die.
a decision. Yeah, he needs to make a decision as to he's got one. He knows he's got one shot of canister left. Does he hold it for the infantry that are going to be coming up at him, or does he turn it on these guys coming this way?
Yeah.
Because once he fires that, he's done.
Okay, so we can either roll a die, or we can go to the commander with the snap decision.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can roll a die odd or even. What's the preference?
I like the die roll personally, but
okay, let's roll the die. Okay, so odd, what's odd gonna be? Is odd gonna be he turns to
pivots onto these elites?
That's fine. Okay, let's roll it. That's why these dice have numbers on them.
Here goes.
Yep. Okay, no, he's going to reserve his fire. Okay, so now we have a straight infantry fight here. So, K22 system, what do? You group it. So we will group it. Let me get like an orange color or something here just to do. Okay, we group. All right, we compare combat value. What's the combat value between the two?
Got 12
12 to 10.
Okay, so what die do we roll? The white die or the advantage die? And it's on the front of the die. That's correct. You roll that one. Now, what are the die roll modifiers? Red has a skirmish company, so they get a +1 DRM. Okay, can we think of any other DRMs we care to apply or not?
Do you want to apply terrain? Because these guys are, part of them, only half of them really, is at a slightly higher elevation.
If it's slight, I would just say no. So in this case, no. Let's just roll it straight, and with the +1 DRM for red. So red is superior.
Okay.
And yep. And they're going to get a +1 to the roll. Okay, so go ahead and apply the +1 DRM. It'll go to a 7. I'll take care of it.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, inferior retreats. Okay, so blue is going to retreat from that position. They're going to fall back 400 paces. They're both going to take a disruption.
That is a significant event.
Yes, it is. That's why I wanted him to at least land his attack, because despite what this looks like, it's not a sure thing. There's still soldiers fighting. Okay, so we're going to retreat, right? We're going to retreat about 400 paces. Just say they both go like that. We're going to copy a disruption here.
Going to be really interesting to see what these guys do next.
Movement as well now?
What's that?
We're doing movement and combat, yeah.
Yeah, well, movement should have happened already. If we owe someone movement, make the moves.
So these guys go up.
Okay.
Here.
Because we're ready to report now. We're ready to end the turn and give reports.
My bad, my bad. They took a little bit a long time there.
We're at a
For the
13-minute turn there, but that was okay. We
oh
had a lot to go through.
Did the artillery fire yet?
no, they
No.
held their fire.
They have. Okay.
I run the artillery fire here,
Okay.
so I take the least value from both die.
Yes.
I give also -1 DRM because they are disrupt, but
Perfect.
I still get target fallback.
Okay. Then that means they don't like getting hit by something, and they're taking cover from it. Now, if you don't want them to fall back, maybe you apply a disruption or something. You do something else. If you don't think they would fall back for some reason, you can apply a different penalty or ignore it altogether. Whatever you think is appropriate.
Okay, I would put a disruption. If
Yeah,
you agree.
I think that makes more sense, especially since they have their commander standing right behind them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Ooh, wow. This is not looking good for blue.
Yeah, things changed rather rapidly, didn't they? that assault by that elite battalion really makes a big difference. Going to depend a lot on what blue does here. And now he's moved those cuirassiers up. Now watch, red's going to go into square and just sit there.
Oh no.
That's his intention. That was the
Is he?
cavalry just wants to scare them.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. But if these elites go into square over here, then that battery commander's got another decision because he could pivot those guns and put canister into a square.
Well, they're gonna fire this next turn.
Yeah.
And their orders are to fire at the grape column. Fire grape at the column.
At the column.
So I think if these guys advance, they'll shoot at them.
Yeah, well, they're going to definitely probably advance. So, all right.
Yep.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, we're giving reports, we're getting orders. Draw the orders as they come in, and then we will implement the orders.
I haven't even started yet. I should do that.
Oh, that's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, see, it gets to this point where it's like, oh, you don't want to stop. You want to keep going.
I know. I'm feeling anxious as if I was out there on the if I was doing it.
Yeah. Looks like Lake moved up to his guys in the vineyards.
Oh yeah. Oh, if he brings those guys in too.
Well, he's got to. He's got to
Yeah,
put
he's got
everything
to.
in
Yeah.
because
And these are the 740 reports.
no,
Wait.
I don't think it's 740, is it? Is
35.
No, 735.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Huh?
Red may just snatch victory from the jaws of defeat here.
We'll see. That's how you know it's a good battle.
Yeah.
I think I made some mistakes somewhere. With the time.
Now just tell them that their watch stopped.
Well, I sent LTD 2 730 reports. And the screenshots are different.
Yeah, tell him his watch stopped.
I'm not even gonna pretend to understand.
Your pocket watch got hit by a stray mini ball. And it's now stuck on 730. Oh, all right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. He has ordered the cuirassiers to charge.
All right. Well, that's going to be a big one.
And he had prepped them last turn, so I don't know if we need to do a delay or not.
No, especially if he's right there with them. They just do it. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
smart. And if he did that, that's to his credit. If he prepped them, definitely compliment him on doing that. That is definitely to his credit. So in the
he wanted to get behind the guns and wait to see what happened, and then he decided to launch it.
Yeah, so in the critique post battle, make sure you single him out and praise him for what is really a very good decision. All right. Yeah, I would probably even reward that attack. That infantry is not in square, but are they elites? They're elites. So
They are. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they'll probably form square as soon as they see it.
Okay, I think for red, all our orders are in, or reports and whatnot.
Okay. All right, and then as soon as blue is all in, and then we make whatever moves we need to make. All right, are you still waiting? Let me check the chat. All right, we're waiting on blue 2. Those orders should be pretty quick to give and get.
Yeah.
They're not even engaged. Okay, go ahead and start making moves. Go ahead and start making moves. Portals can catch Sipiak up because he doesn't kind of go into anything. So make any moves that need to be made. And what's going to be interesting is how we resolve that cuirassier attack.
And what about these spin cuirassiers? They've been sitting back here for about 25 minutes or so.
You can remove the disruption, but they're not going to fight anymore. They're spent, so the horses are just not going to recover today. When a cav unit is spent, that's like tomorrow you get them back.
Okay.
So normally I'm a fan of just pulling them off the board, but people don't like to see their units disappear, so just
Imagine that.
flip them to a spent side. Because you can tell them, look, they're not dead, they're just spent, but they don't like that. So, all right, you can have the block on the board, just you're not going to be able to do much with it. If someone attacks it, yeah, they'll defend or whatever, but yeah, they're trying to tend to their horses.
Are they forming square here?
As elites, they do form square. And the charge is about, 200 paces? Yeah, so. Yeah. Yeah, they're within range. Yeah, okay, so they can go ahead and do that. And they're charging downhill at them. So what's going to happen is these units are going to go into square. And we have square markers for that. which is how we do it here. Copy. We could script the pieces to do squares, but because this is a prototype for a physical set, they automatically go in the square. The cuirassiers strike, and there's 3 of them. So now the question is, when you roll the die against a square, the unit in square gets a +3, I believe it is. Yeah, +3 to the die roll. However, I would say that after this first wave strikes, the second wave strikes, and I would just roll it even money with no penalties or bonuses and just get the result. The reason being that this initial attack's probably going to fail, but I'm sorry, having cuirassiers crash into even your square under these conditions is going to be pretty disruptive. So let's roll this first attack here. Roll it here. Okay, infantry's going to get routed. Okay, but well, actually, it's a 3.
Yeah, so it drops down to 7.
Infantry retreats. All right. Okay, this next one. Oh, I don't know what I
Oh.
just did.
Change the map.
Yeah, there we go. Did the die roll? No. All right. Okay, cavalry gets routed. Okay. And then here on this one here, we'll roll it on this one here. And we'll roll it just straight. Cavalry retreats. Okay, so here's what happens here. Here's the story. This unit gets smashed. We're going to retreat them. In fact, we'll probably apply a loss to them. We're going to go as far as giving them a loss. Okay. Alright. So they're going to take a loss. They're not in square anymore. They're in a huddled mass. Alright. We're going to apply double disruption to the unit. Copy. Because they just got smashed. They got hit just right. This unit is now spent. This unit here, what happened here? They were successful in repulsing this one. We'll put 2 disruption on him. He was successful in what happened to him? He got cavalry retreats. So he's going to fall back as well. Okay, so all these units are going to just kind of go back over here. This unit holds its formation, but we're going to put probably a couple disruption on it as well. Alright? And I think that's a pretty fair resolution. So, the
Did
elites,
you run for the artillery?
Okay, no, we have not rolled for the artillery, so let's roll for that.
They are out this turn too. After this roll.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Target falls back, target falls back.
Okay, so let's just, they fall back here, and they're out of ammo. Now, that allows these units to get up in here on the next turn and be effective. Okay, so red might carry the position, we'll see.
These guys, they are also falling back because of the
artillery fire
here.
Okay.
Which was pretty successful despite distance and penalty.
Okay, all movements are made then. All combats are resolved. Let's go ahead and give reports. And yeah, this is going to be a near run thing for both sides. Let's see here. Man. Oh, what are these guys doing? What is Sipiak doing?
He was ordered to attack the column coming from Faye, I think.
But what? Oh, the commander's falling. Why is the commander falling back? To the woods?
Yeah, he wants to get a
his
better
line?
view or something.
A better view.
That's what he asked for.
Let's take a look at the YouTube. The cavalry is too close to get to charge speed. Something I think we miss in many of our games. That's what Jan says. Typically, cavalry would charge, I think, only in 1 or 200 meters to the target. They didn't charge from a long distance. They would trot up to close range and then charge the last 100 yards or so. Is my understanding. Now, Jan knows more about Napoleonics than I do, so if I'm wrong, you'll correct me, and that's welcome. Let's see. Does the blue team have a chance to win? Absolutely, or at least they did, although we'll see if that weight of red numbers and that red luck carries through.
Yeah, it's not looking good right at this moment.
Yeah. Jan says the cuirassiers will just crawl up and bounce off the squares without any combat at all. And that is kind of what happened here. They hit and bounced. They did get a lucky roll, and we applied kind of what I felt was a relatively balanced result. But those elites suffered because they got hit by 2 cuirassiers on the right.
I'm curious. Do you have a mechanism for the cavalry to beg off the charge if the infantry forms square, or once they're going, you've got them committed?
Yeah, once they order the charge, they're committed. But yeah, if you're like at 1,000 paces or something, like if you're far enough away, you can just break it off. But that's an emergency square that they formed, and normally there's a die roll involved. But because they're elites, they always form the emergency square. Had those been regulars or militia, the square would not have been guaranteed, and it would have gone different in favor of the cuirassiers, probably. They were also kind of attacking from the front, but for the most part, with the cuirassiers coming downhill at them, it was an organized charge. It was deliberately ordered. I was inclined to be kind to the cuirassiers there. I wanted to reward them for being prepared. So, Eli says, really want to irritate the players, make the cavalry totally uncontrollable after the charge is called. And that's literally what we do. That's what the spent state means. Jan says that's true. They would need some free space to walk, trot, and eventually charge through. But they were sitting like in between everything there. Yeah, they had room though, I think, to organize. So kind of gave it to them. Eli says there are accounts from battles that the cavalry goes, immerses into the glory and excitement of it, and just gets caught up in it. Yeah. And Jan says agreed. Eli should be in either case, no matter if winning or losing. After you call a charge, that's it, says Eli. And that's what the spent state indicates. So the first 2 cuirassier blocks that are up here on the right, they were successful, very successful, and they're spent, they're done. And again, same thing is modeled here with the other units. So they did not suffer extreme losses, but they are spent, they are done. What they have done is they've inflicted some losses on this elite block, this half battalion here. They've effectively rendered this other unit no longer effective. In fact, we're going to take him out of square. There's no more cavalry anymore. So,
Marshall, how many times can a battery fire? It's 4 times?
4 or 5 times. Yeah.
Okay.
After that, he needs to pause and reload. Yeah. Usually, technically, I think I have it at 4, but we can fudge it a little. And artillery that's kind of behind, at some distance, firing at long range, they might fire more slowly, and they can have runners constantly feeding them ammunition. The real problem, I think, with firing continuously at long range is the barrels will get fouled and they have to be cleaned. I don't know how big an issue that is, but I would imagine that periodically you have to stop. As for close range, if you're firing as fast as you can, yeah, you're going to run out faster than you can be resupplied. So, yeah, you are going to have to take a 5 or 10 minute break to cool and clean the barrels and get fresh ammo into the caissons.
Okay.
Movement yet? Yeah.
And Lake
Okay.
is leading the charge of the infantry, and so I don't know if you.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say
You
these
will
guys are
want-
under charge orders as well from Theo.
Well, that's quite glorious. That is quite glorious.
And we are executing movements now, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, once everyone's in, I know. I'm sorry if you're waiting on me. I don't want to delay this.
Uphill.
Okay, and don't forget, I mean, there should be delayed orders for some of these guys. So if they are getting orders to do something, if it's like a snap order, it's an emergency reaction, you might even apply disruption to it.
So the artillery were ordered quite a while ago to run away once they ran out of ammo.
Flip them over and retreat them.
So I should retreat them now this turn?
Yeah, flip them to their... Yep, and then pull them out. Yeah, artillery could limber and get out within 1 or 2 minutes usually. You know, they would be moving in 1 or 2 minutes time. You know. So there you go. Okay. I don't even know if there's... I don't know if they're shooting right now. I don't think there's any firing this turn.
I don't think anybody's in range.
Yeah, I don't think so either. No, they're not quite in range. They are... You can order that, you know, skirmishers could be peppering these guys. But if they're moving, they're probably not firing enough to be that effective. All right, then give reports and let's do the next turn.
Maybe Theo and Tsarina could be together. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Theo just asked to ride over there too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
okay,
Tsarina's,
excellent.
Tsarina's delivering a charge. I don't even know if I'd let him talk.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
They can co-locate, but if he's out there with his hat on his sword, a la Armistead, you know, he's not going to stop and have a conversation. This is one of those things where I would almost give a report and not even let them give an order. You know, unless they want to stop. So, yeah, that is what it is. All right, let's get that next turn rolling. Let's go ahead
They
and
got their boys got their dander up now.
Yeah. Well, the boys got their dander up. Well, they wouldn't leave. Oh my gosh, that movie is so filled. Gettysburg is so filled with one-liners that's just hilarious. Just the one-liners. You know, they didn't say these in the actual event. It's just dramatized through the screen, but it's dramatized so well.
It's like you wish they would have said that.
Yeah, I was becoming quite disturbed.
I always tell people the bad thing is when I think of Buford in my head, I just picture Sam Elliott. I don't even picture Buford's actual mugshot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I couldn't tell you what Buford looks like, but I could tell you Sam Elliott. Yeah.
Hit me with one damn brigade. Lovely, lovely.
You tell him I want fire on that hill, as much fire as possible.
That's great. That's great. I just love when I was like General Ewell, who's that, Pettigrew or someone was
Trimble, I think.
Trimble, yeah. He was mad because he couldn't go take that hill. Which, by the way, I mean, that's huge. There's a school of thought that had Jackson been there, it would have turned out a lot differently.
It's possible.
Yeah. James Sterrett argues that Jackson, not Lee, was the genius, and he's got a pretty compelling argument.
Yeah, except for the 7 days.
Oh.
How does he skip over that part?
Yeah, well, but Jackson really punched above his weight class, I think.
Oh yeah, the Valley campaign is brilliance. I mean,
Eli wants in on the action. He says, "The man is a disgrace." Quoting Trimble about Ewell. Anyway, somebody wrote a book about Ewell saying he basically got a bad rap. So, yeah.
Just one of those things where you proves that you can write a book about anything.
Pretty much.
All right.
All right. Are all the orders in? Let me look. My gosh, my son is going crazy just playing with the dogs. Yeah, he just. Oh my gosh. All right, and then we got the Jaegers coming up.
What is the range of the Jaegers?
I think it's the same, but I have to look at my rules. I was hoping to not have to look at Jaeger rules because they're special. But I've got them in here. Let's go to infantry. At least I know right where they're at. Let's figure out what the Jaegers do. No, they're hunters. That's what it means. Here we go. All right, you may have a Jaeger unit available, and I'm going to take this off the screen, but I'll read it now. You may have a Jaeger unit available. The unit looks like a half battalion block and is denoted with the letter J. These are special form of infantry dedicated to light infantry skirmish tactics. They often operated in open order, usually in pairs or small groups spread over a wide area. They were sometimes quite capable and successful. I'll also add they're Jan's favorite troops, I think. They were made of daring soldiers and experienced hunters. They were well equipped, often with rifles, and they were good shots. It looks like I have a typo in my rulebook. I have to click that. The cost is 7 points. Their combat value is 6. They do not include skirmish companies because they are skirmishers. You cannot add a skirmish company to them. They always roll the advantage die when fighting on their own against any other non-Jaeger half battalion or full battalion. They do not suffer disruption due to their training in independent fighting tactics. When fighting with a friendly group, they add an additional +1 DRM to the combat, and they must defend. If they have to defend alone against formations of infantry larger than a battalion, they fight as normal infantry with their combat value used to determine superior, inferior, and modifiers. So it's not clear from this. And then this here is what happens if they get hit. But what's not clear from this is, do they add their combat value if they're in a formation like this? They're being used in line formation. And I would say yes if they're being used in a line. But really, they should be used kind of independently on their own, doing their own thing, like out on a flank. I don't know if I would make them the center of my assault line, you know, or an attack column or something. So I don't know if he's using them the way I would use them. All right, are we doing movements? Have we got 2 movements yet? Do we have orders in? Think we can go ahead and move?
Mm-hmm. No, blue movement is done.
Yeah, okay. Red movement? Go ahead and execute.
I have to figure out how to resolve
okay.
this area near Sami. I guess, has blue already advanced, or are they presently advancing?
They've
already
advanced. They would advance to.
Okay, then I'll start to wheel these guys to the right.
Yeah. Yeah, units can execute a wheel pretty quick. You know, they can right face, left face within seconds, really. Certainly within 5 minutes. And they can also refuse their flank. What the heck is Lake doing down there?
He's moving to meet Chopra.
Man, that dude was just leading a charge, and now he's... All right, you guys go on ahead.
If you want, I can put it somewhere in between.
You guys go on ahead. I'm not going to take this one from you. This is your moment.
I'll be back here.
I got
Getting
your back.
help.
Way back.
Yeah. I'm going to go get help.
That's funny. No, that's fine. That's fine. I wanted to see him make that charge. That was glorious, though. But all right, yeah. I guess he can hand his sword off to someone else. And
Well, apparently, he's transferred all those units over to Theo.
yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, he commands the reserve. That's what he should do.
Mm-hmm.
Is farm out the units as needed to, maintain an attack or something. Okay. Are we in range, or are they stopping to fire? Generally, unless he's ordered
These guys.
I'm
He
gonna say,
wants these to fire.
Yeah, they're
Theo's
in
guys
range.
are all under
Yeah, they're in
orders
range.
to reform right now.
What's that?
He's got these guys here are all under orders just to hold line, like to reform the line basically before doing anything else.
Well, they're in musket range. They're going to be fired upon if they do anything other than skirmish. They're probably not going to hang out there for very long.
Gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to say that they're not advancing any closer. They're just holding
okay. No, that's fine. They can hold and fire. Okay, so I see two groups identified here. Is that correct? Is that what we intend?
That would be Blue's intent, I think. I don't know if Red has a different plan.
Well, it's really up to the umpires how to group it. Now, the question is, well, who drew the groups? Who did?
I did, just no.
Okay, and did you want that to be resolved as two groups for some reason?
Because they have skirms.
Okay,
and
you can still,
they do not.
You can still add it. I would kind of do this as one. Otherwise, if you start breaking it down, then you end up getting into the brigade system where you're rolling a bucket of dice.
Sure.
But that's okay. That's okay. And you can split it. There's no reason why you can't split it up. But it really does seem to me this is one skirmish here. All right, so let's assess combat value. Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 16, 22. So red obviously has the advantage here. They're going to be superior, and they have the advantage die because they're CV. Let's calculate DRMs. 1 for blue, 1, 2 for red. So it's a net 1 for red. And I think that's it. So we're going to roll the orange die with red being superior, and they're going to get a +1 DRM to the roll.
This is, I think, the crux of the battle here.
Yes, it is. This is going to decide it probably. All right, someone want to roll that? Someone besides me, because I tell you, when I roll it, it just goes all over. So
I'll roll it. Here goes.
Okay, and then it's a +1 DRM, which is for that's 10. For a second, I thought that was a 2, and it wasn't making sense to me. I was like, did I mess up the die? 10.
I think that just decided things right there.
That just decided the whole battle.
Yep.
That just decided the battle. Red takes it away.
They just routed them.
On the right. On the right, what are the orders on the right for the blue in particular?
For here?
Yeah.
They want to engage them.
All right, let's give them an extra 5 minutes, and let's give them a round of combat. Just move them up and give them a round of combat. What were red orders?
Red's orders were to wheel to the right and form line.
Okay, let's do it. Let's give them a round of combat so there's some satisfaction. We'll say they're just kind of catching up, but whatever. All right, in which case... Okay, they're not going to... Well, are they going to get into the fight or not?
It's tough to say. They were under specific orders to end up on the left-hand side of the artillery.
Well, they
You
don't.
could say they got doubled out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and roll this one. Okay, so we've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 versus 5, 10, 15, 20, and then 1 here. This is going to be an even money roll. It's going to be the white die. Because if we count the Jaeger's combat value, which isn't clear in my rules whether or not to do that, but the combat value is 6. Okay, and then we add a 1, 2, 3 to 1, 2. And then with these here not quite being in, I think it kind of cancels with the Jaeger's presence. So I think it's going to be a red plus 1 DRM plus 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3. So it's a red plus 3 DRM with red as superior. That's what we'll do. Red will be superior, and they're going to roll. It's the even money white die. White die. And a plus 3 for red, which is superior. We're just going to call it like that. That'll work. So go ahead and roll it.
That 9 every time looks like a 2.
Okay, add 3 to the roll, to the result. So it's going to go to a 9.
Could be bad.
Yeah. Inferior retreats. So these guys are going to retreat. They're going to back up about 800. They're going to take disruption across the line, and that's that. Okay? All right. All right, that's it. Let's go ahead and bring them in and wrap it up. Oh, this guy again.
Oh no, this doesn't look good.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, we got a spammer in our comments.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Oh, we're over, are we?
That's not good.
All right.
Well, there should be something interesting.
Sorry, I'm cleaning up the channel. All right, there we go.
Hello?
Okay.
What's the server? Okay, server password. Okay.
Yeah, the room name is Kriegspiel and the server password is IKS.
I can
All
also
right.
stream it.
Yep. All right. So, and this has also been recorded and live streamed to YouTube, so you'll be able to kind of watch this. And I think for a long time you expected blue to hold out. But red actually, I think, had luck in their favor. They also had timely delivery of reinforcements from their commander-in-chief. It is better to be lucky than good. So while I think blue played a little better than red did, red was lucky. And again, red also put their reserves in at the right time and place to be most effective, whereas blue kind of wasn't as effective, I suppose. Both sides made really good decisions. I thought that blue was going to win throughout most of this. But again, once that red steamroller made it up that hill, they more or less got good rolls against the blue and pushed blue out. Blue did not.
The magnificent 1st Battalion.
Yes, yeah, you did. So, there are some things that both sides could have perhaps done better or differently, but not a whole lot. I think that the Jaegers on the blue side should not have been put necessarily in the center. I don't know. I can't even say that's a mistake, but having them, they tend to be better used kind of off on their own or on a flank in particular, is my opinion of how to use the Jaegers. Let's see, what else was I going to say? The artillery for blue was firing downhill. We really debated whether or not to allow that. We went ahead and permitted it after an extra 1 turn delay. We figured they kind of had to rig some system to fire the guns downhill, but then we did allow it. We're not clear on the elevation difference. Our back of the envelope math suggested to us that the elevation from the top of this hill down the hill is quite substantial and more than what the barrels of the guns could depress, but it wasn't clear. And I looked at some Google Earth images, and it didn't seem like that problem should be there. Like they should have been able to fire down the hill. But the Google Earth images weren't quite clear to me exactly what I was looking at or what direction I was looking. So I really don't know. I really don't know.
So there wasn't enough depression? That's something we don't hear often.
Yeah, yeah. So, not sure. Let's see here. The password is IKS, all lowercase. Generally speaking, I think both sides did all right, but I'm going to let the individual side commanders speak. I think they had some really good insight. I think I'm going to let Achilles go first. He was kind of like the assistant lead. He is actually a military guy, and he was phenomenal on the clock. So I'm going to let him speak. I'm just going to also let General TD know. I muted your mic. I'm going to unmute it, but there was like some kind of background interference coming in. I've unmuted you, but if you still have interference, just kind of go ahead. Are you good?
I'll do that.
Yeah, we're there. We got you. Okay, we hear you. I don't want you to be actually muted. I want you to be able to speak, but there was just like something coming in the background. But
That's
it's
really typing. You didn't know. Yep.
it's clear now, so you're fine. Okay, let's go ahead with Achilles.
Okay. One thing that I pointed out as Theo, yeah, Theo, when you were coming up from this side over here, coming up in this area here, you changed your formation into line before you crossed the creek here on the road, and it drastically reduced your movement, of course. The delay in change of formation, and of course the complication of moving in line and then having to go across the creek to move up here. At the time that you did that, blue actually had nothing to the north of you, and the only forces in front of you between you and St. Blaise were actually two disrupted units. So there's not much chance that you would know that. But if you had stayed in column a little longer at that point, I mean, there's that decision point as to when do I go into an attack formation and when don't I? I mean, it's hard to say, whether you're right or wrong at any particular time. Just kind of how circumstances roll out. But if you had pushed up in column at that point, you would have been up here much faster before blue actually could have responded with anything. You ended up, in the end, it didn't matter because you guys brought up so much force into that area that you were able to overcome it. But it was an interesting decision point that I noted. Also, I have a question for all of you. I'm going to be really interested in how you answer it when it comes to each of you about how you felt the delayed orders affected what you were doing. That's going to be really fascinating to me to listen to. The other thing is because of the delayed orders and everything, the countermanding of orders was obviously a problem and probably a bit of a frustration for the commanders. But like when Ropa orders his forces forward towards Somi over here, and then actually orders them to withdraw, and they start back over here, and then he countermands that and has them going back up again. You end up with a lot of chaos and delay in that situation. There's some point in there where essentially you have to commit. It's okay. I've given those orders. They're moving forward. Now we got to commit to it, because trying to countermand under this system with the delayed orders can really cost you. And you were fortunate in this regard because Sipiak couldn't get into position fast enough, but you could have been caught in a really ugly situation down in this valley with all of the delay there. So anyway, those are my commentaries, but I'm going to be really interested to hear what you guys have to say about how the delayed orders affected what you were doing. And carry on.
Is it free for all at this point?
No, hang on. I'm sorry. I was
Okay.
calling on portals, but I had my mic muted. We go through all the umpires first, and then afterwards we'll go top down through the players with the side commanders going first. Go ahead, portals.
Yeah. So I thought it was. I umpired two of the blue players. I thought they played pretty well, just considering the circumstance. Kind of a tough scenario. Tough to know exactly what's going on. I think the order delays did create some issues for them. Just ordering troops up and down or going back and forth, and people would lose track of when things were ordered and try and countermand them. So it was really a judgment call on the umpire's perspective on, okay, what do they do in this situation? Yeah, I think the one piece of advice of any is the blue player who was on St. Blaise, they got a report that there was artillery hitting them from the south on their just most southern regiment. And they decided to move their artillery and their whole line there. And I see the temptation why, like if there's a giant assault coming from there. But I think the battle would have been at least a little bit different if the blue player had decided to converge on a central point and defend it, or just like really focus on defending the objective of St. Blaise. But other than that, I thought really well played. There was good communication on the blue team, which is always good to see.
All right, let's go to. Let's see. Who is Nick? What do you have?
I was umpiring Lake. Well, I think he was playing well. He decided to give his infantry to Theo, which I think was a good move. I have just one question. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it was a bold decision, I think, to keep his artillery alone without any support by infantry. And actually, the artillery was charged by the enemy cavalry. And well, yeah, that's maybe the only thing I would notice about his decision. And he tried to maximize the usage and effect of his artillery on the enemy infantry. So yeah, that's all for me.
All right, good job. Let's see, Steele. What do you have to say? Who did you
Yeah, so I
umpire?
was umpiring Vindictus. I thought, you know, given the situation he walked up into, I thought he timed his cavalry charges pretty well. It's kind of the nature of this system that you get one shot and then whichever units you've charged with are done. So he was able to take out some artillery and delay them for quite some time, and then he did shatter one half battalion at least, and damage another. So I thought they were well timed charges, and like Portal said, the communication was very good on the blue team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cavalry was masterfully run, and he actually shattered an elite square, which is pretty unprecedented. So yeah, the cavalry was expertly run, and just so anybody knows, cavalry is spent, at least under this system. Once you charge it, it's spent, it's done for the day. Um, so that's what happened. If there was any shortfall on the cavalry, it was when they went south to attack the artillery. If they had one more unit with them in reserve, they could have wiped out that whole battery, I think, both batteries. but they didn't. They were kind of spent at the end of routing the first battery, leaving the second battery kind of there. They did disrupt it, or they caused it to stop firing because everybody ran away. But they were able to recover eventually. But yeah, I think the cuirassiers did amazing in this battle. Okay, Zeke, what do you have to say?
So I was doing Hropper and Theo. Um, on the left, I mean, this is the first time I've seen this system played. At least like actually been part of a game of it. So for me, at least, I know it's probably frustrating for him as well on this left-hand side with how slow the line moved forward. And then there's a point where you get across the creek, but then you have the vineyard here too, which is another obstacle. And then at some point, the line had gone forward into the vineyard, and the blue batteries on the hill opened up on it and drove back one of his battalions, and so then that slowed it down even further. Once the attack actually went in, it was really cool to see, but it just the terrain over there was worse than I thought it would be. Um, on the right, it was kind of the same thing. It was a mixture of the terrain slowing things down, advancing in battle line over large, a real large area, and calling back troops and advancing them forward slows things down too. Um, that's it. It's about all I had to say, I think.
Okay, great. Okay, let's take a look. Let's start with the victorious side commander, who is Lake.
Yes, this was interesting to say the least. We had a bit of just starting off. We had a bit of a player issue with we initially would have had 4 players, but one dropped out and the other was having some computer issues, and so we were only down to 3 players. I know that's equals up to 5, but one came in and then had to pull out, so it's just how it happens. So initially, we were going to have 2 brigades of infantry and 1 of cavalry, but once when we dropped down to 3 players, we realized the cavalry is probably not going to be as useful when we're assaulting high ground and very rough terrain in this area. The general plan at first was fairly simple. We were going to move, we started in Novant, this hill where I started and mainly stayed, and 1 from Vaison. Infantry was going to come up to Fay and to Castle Groyot. The Novant force was going to go and try and take St. Blaise and shield whatever was coming from along the river. And I was there to just support either force. You don't mind if I erase all lines, do you? Or I'll just erase what I drew.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was saying yes. I was muted. Yes. I promoted everyone so you can all interact and draw on the map as needed. Feel free to erase
all right.
lines.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry. So yeah, I understood my position as I was going to be supporting both sides, whichever one it was. But initially, my movements were to move from the hill up to this hill with the artillery and surprise whatever forces were at St. Blaise. Not remembering that my enemy was going to also be acting and might have had troops up here, which we found out immediately. I decided, all right, let's see what the range is for where we are. Took a few pot shots, which now that I've heard, actually brought over the force from St. Blaise up to the hill, which we fought over for most of the day. So, unintentionally choosing the battlefield. All right. By that point, I was figuring, okay, I'm going to try and push these men off the hill. And I was waiting to coordinate with both of my brigades, which were coming up from Fay and Corny. Theo at Corny, Hopper at Fay. And it was, I can't remember at what turn it was, but I saw that a lot of forces were centralized on this hill. And I figured, okay, this is probably the majority of the force. They probably have everything they have. Everything is on this hill and probably in the woods as well. I figured that nothing was coming up from the river, so I realized, okay, their flank's going to be in the open. Let's have Theo, instead of attacking St. Blaise, go up and attack this hill where the fight's going to be. And Hopper was probably going to try and protect me from whatever forces were in the woods. Turns out what was in the woods was cavalry. So, yeah, this is going to turn into the charge of the Light Brigade, except they were heavy cavalry, not light cavalry. Oh boy. I was having a bad time for a while. And took me about an hour to get my artillery reorganized from that cavalry charge, which I think was handled fairly well, thanks to Hopper for supporting it with artillery. And Theo did a magnificent job with moving slowly up the hill. Even though these are obstacles, the vineyards, they also provided cover, which I am thankful for. That would have shredded our forces if we were... Yeah, we would have been shredded if it was just an open hillside.
Which I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to read these old maps, but I digress. So I learned to go with the punches and essentially... sorry, trying to find the words. I didn't intend for the elites to be the effort that they were, to be the reserve that was needed, but I figured, okay, I'm going to need to focus on the artillery and support my supporting role, and the elites need to be with someone who's acting on our main objective, St. Blaise. So Theo's going to have to take the elites. And he used them, well, I eventually got up there and personally led them, but it's the thought that counts. And I was going to go over to Hopper and discuss with and try and organize a defense against whatever forces were coming in from here. But the game ended. So overall, commanders did fairly well. I will give my opinions on the rules with the delayed orders a little later, once when the thoughts on the system come up. But for now, I will leave it to my opposing lead commander.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's going to be Vindictus. Vindictus, you did a brilliant job, frankly. You didn't lose because of any mistakes that you made in particular. It was more, I think luck was the decisive factor here. But what do you have to say?
All right, let me see if I can grab the pen here. Oh, it won't let me grab the pen.
You need to choose a color.
Oh, yeah.
It only lets me pick gray.
You have to look to the bottom of the table, like drag the table.
Oh, duh.
It's all right. This is a little confusing where they all are.
Okay, now that I got my mighty pen. The original plan that I envisioned and which I initially briefed my commanders on was a defense of the objective, St. Blaise, and also the hill south of it, because if the hill south of it was taken, it would just make taking St. Blaise all that easier. So the 1st Infantry Brigade was to defend both these hills. The 2nd Infantry Brigade, which was on its way to Ogni from the exercise grounds, was to meet my heavy cavalry here at the castle. Somewhere along the way, on the way to the castle, I received courier messages from my 1st Brigade commander about an alarming amount of artillery from the farm of Beva. This confirmed my fear that there would be an enemy attack upon St. Blaise, as well as a flanking attack to get behind St. Blaise. Because from the get-go I feared a flanking attack here while the main attack was going on there, was the reason for the concentration at the castle. I wanted to see what was happening to the south, so I took my cavalry here to Hanau, and lo and behold, I could see enemy artillery here at Beva, as well as some enemy infantry around Fay. I ordered the 2nd Brigade of Infantry, which had just reached Augnay, to march with all possible speed and set up a defensive line along the edge of the forest here. The intent was, as the 1st Brigade held off the main attack on St. Blaise and the hill south of it, we would hold off the much feared flank attack from Fay. It started out well enough in that I was seemingly going to be joined by the 2nd Infantry Brigade, but the 2nd Infantry Brigade never arrived. They spent 3/4 of the game marching between Augnay and the forest. I kept sending frantic courier messages to the 2nd Brigade saying, you know, they're advancing. The enemy from Fay is advancing on Somme. You're in the perfect position to hit them in the flank, whether through the forest or around the forest. And I was told they seemed to be confused in Fay. I guess they saw my heavy cavalry and thought there was a lot of troops in the forest here. As soon as I saw that this artillery was mainly unsupported, I launched 2 squadrons towards this artillery. And the reason why I only used 2 was because I thought there was only 2 batteries. When I was told that one of the batteries was just about ready to discharge canister, I ordered the 1st squadron to launch a feint attack, but just a feint, not to go fully through with it. Upon the discharge of the cannons, the 2nd squadron was to attack and destroy each battery in kind. The 3 fresh squadrons that I held back with me here on the edge of the forest was so that at least I had 3 fresh squadrons once these 2 were spent. And I thought the 2 squadrons that went in here did a pretty good job of neutralizing all of the artillery in this area. Naturally, upon their retreat back, because they were spent, they inadvertently spooked our infantry on the South Hill here, and I had to intervene and do a pseudo rally, telling them, "Those are our men. Why are you freaking out?" Around this time, the enemy infantry at Fay was make a concerted effort towards Somme, and it was such a ripe target because first they were in march column, then they were in assault column, and I was going to attack them with my 3 fresh remaining cavalry squadrons when they were in march column, but I anticipated my 2nd Brigade to appear at any at any time. I held off. When I saw the infantry, enemy infantry advancing towards Somme, no longer in march column but assault column, I once again was asking my 2nd Brigade where they were and why they were not where they were supposed to be. I don't know what the cause of the traffic jam was. I was told for some strange reason the men did not want to march. At that point, it was the point of no return. I was not about to attack enemy infantry that was now forming in square with my 3 remaining fresh squadrons. So I ordered the 2nd Brigade commander to come up any way possible, as fast as possible, and attack these infantry while they were still in square, which made sense. If I scared them in the square and I can't attack them, let the infantry attack them. Sadly, by the time the infantry did come up here, they were tired because the only way they could made it according to their commander, was being ordered into a double time march. As a result, I had 2nd Brigade Infantry exactly where I wanted them to attack the enemy infantry at Somme, but they could not. They were too tired. So I ordered them to fire muskets. If they can't charge, fire muskets. If they can't fire muskets, throw sticks and stones, anything to keep them occupied. At this point, I took my 3 fresh squadrons onto the hill south of Blaise and immediately saw that our artillery there, our friendly artillery, was running out of ammunition and only had 1 canister shot yet. I asked the 1st Infantry Brigade commander here at the South Hill. I told him, fire your canister, and my 3 fresh squadrons of cuirassiers are going to just punch right in whoever you fired your canister at. The secondary order was, if they form square at seeing my cavalry, then to hold off the canister shot and hit the square with canister. Well, as it worked out, the infantry was actually, it wasn't just these 4, it was a total of, I believe, 8 battalions. And so the time had come where we have artillery that's going to fire their last canister, and then they're out of ammunition. We had some very tired infantry retreating onto St. Blaise, which was the objective we were defending. So I ordered the cuirassiers to hit the battalions of infantry that were not in square as hard and as heavy as they could to buy time for the artillery that was now out of ammunition to pull back, as well as our troops that were down to only 2 remaining formed infantry regiments to the original objective we were to defend St. Blaise. The my 3 fresh squadrons of cuirassiers did very well. I understand they broke a square of an elite infantry battalion. I'm not sure, but I think that's what I heard.
Yes, they did.
But unfortunately, I now had 5 spent cuirassier squadrons, and they were all ordered back to the castle to rest until such time that they were no longer spent. It was around this time that the remaining infantry was starting to reform. Our friendly infantry was reforming on St. Blaise, so I immediately hopped back on my horse and rode to my 2nd Brigade commander here at the wood and told him what was going on. And I told him specifically, it's up to you. Our cavalry spent. What infantry is left is defending St. Blaise. You must attack as fast as you can and as hard as you can the enemy infantry advancing on Somme, which was presenting its flank to us. Somewhere between that time and the end of the game, and I think I see why now, I see the little baseball symbols on the infantry, which means there probably were in no condition to attack, and that's why they didn't. The enemy infantry realigned, so we no longer had their flank, and the rest is history.
I guess I should clarify. These infantry, they did engage. The blue and the red here, and the blue were pushed back. That's where the disruption is from.
Okay.
Yeah, that attack actually landed after St. Blaise was resolved, but because we felt that both sides at Fay and Hanau had done so much maneuver that you at least deserved 1 roll of the dice to see what the outcome was going to be rather than ending the battle. So we gave you an extra 5 minutes of maneuver and fire there to kind of resolve that, so you guys don't have to go to bed wondering what would have happened if that had just landed. So, yeah. So there you go. Okay, TD, what do you have, Ben? You're on mute, by the way.
I don't have much to add. I probably should have deployed my whole force on the southern hill rather than starting on the top hill. Either that or deployed it all in the shadow of the hill so the enemy didn't see me and just had myself standing on top of the hill to see what was going on. just to be honest, I wasn't aware that any of the three of us was actually in command. So that was news to me. So my apologies, Vindictus, if I've not been treating you with the proper respect. But this is my first game, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning here, and yeah, I've enjoyed myself thoroughly. So thank you.
Well, worth it. Outstanding.
I'm curious what you thought about the order delay. Because I think that affected you more than at least anyone else I umpired here.
Believe it or not, I had forgotten all about it, so it was out of sight and out of mind. So as far as I was concerned, I
Same.
just kept sending couriers, and if I didn't get a response, I either assumed I sent it to the wrong location or my sub commanders had their hands full.
And it's the first time I've played the game, so to me it just seemed perfectly reasonable that I'd give
Forgotten
an order
all
and have
about
to wait
it,
2
so
turns for it to happen.
All right. Let's see here. Sipiak, what do you have?
Yes. So I've acted as something more of a reserve force here, seeing how the only attack of the match I got to do was after the game was over. So perhaps I haven't committed my forces in the right place. I have started all the way up north here at the exercise ground and have headed south. And as I was making my way past Ori, I got reports that there are enemy forces, artillery at Bevy, and infantry at Corny, as well as Fay. So it seemed like the enemy was south to southwest, and they would probably advance along the river here, as well as attack from Fay and try to go for Castle Gruyot. And so I tried to use my forces to counteract that. So by the time we got to Ogni, I have dispatched one of my battalions to join the defense at the northern hill of St. Blaise, and attach themselves to the command of LTD, while the rest of my forces would move south and fix the enemy at the south edge of the forest. Unfortunately, it seems to have taken so long my forces to get there that the battle was over by the time they arrived. Except for the 3rd Brigade, who I think did okay. I see they're retreating over there. As glad they could be of some use. Yeah, we've been mentioning that there's good communication, and we definitely sent a lot of messages back and forth. But to be honest, I wasn't aware of the attacks going on to the southwest and the west side. So when I finally myself, without my men, arrived at this Hanau location, I could see that there's enemy forces deployed along Fay and to the west here to, what is it called, Beva. So I thought that the enemy must be regrouping and are not attacking us yet. So I would maneuver under the cover of the forest and try to form up some sort of line for the future offensive here. Every 5 minutes, I would get a new order from the general saying, charge now, we're coming, but my troops were still back here. I had to write back and tell them to double time eventually, but again, it's just too little too late. So I don't think, yes, also, I guess, since once I did make it here, I have made the decision to not proceed with the assault on Fay, which is what we was discussing, I believe, with the general, because I saw that they have. So, as my troops were arriving in the north part of the forest, I saw there was a cavalry square here, and as the first and Jaegers started deploying on the south line, the enemy has already fallen back, and I could see that there were 3 brigades of infantry as well as an artillery piece north of A, and I thought, okay, I have 2 brigades and Jaegers holding 3 brigades and artillery, prevented them from assaulting the hill, and one of my brigades is helping with the defense. So this seems like a good enough exchange of forces, and I will just stay here until I guess the game's over. And the enemy's advancing up the hill. We have to stop them. That was it.
All right, good job. Okay, Hopper, what do you have for me?
So I definitely struggle with the delayed order system, and I think, frankly, this was not my finest day. I totally agree with all the sort of comments that are made about prevaricating back and forth is not the way to go. I think so. There was a bit of a comedy of errors which led to that situation. I initially thought that what was the vineyard was in fact impassable cliff. So when I saw the cavalry north of it, I wasn't very worried about it, and I sort of advanced forward despite orders to hold back. Then I was told that was actually a vineyard, and then I went, "Oh wait, oh god, okay, hang on, everyone, stay still. We've got to get into square, paddock slightly. Hold on." And then I saw infantry appearing through the forest to my right, and then I was already in sort of slightly off my guard. So I was like, "Okay, pull back." And then immediately after I'd given that order, the second order, which was sort of countermanding from Tsarina, arrived, countermanding the previous order to hold, saying attack. So there was just a sort of absolute. Previously I'd been thinking, oh, I've gone slightly further forward than my orders would have suggested to. I did this misapprehension and totally exposed myself. So I was feeling, so I sort of hesitated, and then immediately then got the order to attack. So I think I shouldn't have gone further forward to begin with. I should have correctly identified the vineyard as vineyard, not cliff, and then I shouldn't have countermanded the order. Frankly, I thought I sort of very much felt like I'd gotten away with it when I saw how well Theo had done in his attack. So Luck and Theo definitely saving the day. I think the only sort of sensible decision I did make was that I told my troops to wheel into position to face the tree line at the end there, so we weren't hitting the flank. That was the only one I think I did see coming in just enough time to sort of issue a sensible order. But all the other stuff was a bit of a comedy of errors, but great fun. And it's sort of I did enjoy wrestling with the sort of command challenge of the delayed orders. And if anything, I think we got away a bit lightly. I thought actually, sort of in terms of player terms, even if that vineyard is in fact vineyard and not cliffside, I thought that sort of both sides were probably given quite a lot of slack advancing up that, at least from what I could see in front of me in my perspective. I thought that might have been a harder hill to get up, but it was all great fun. Thanks very much.
Yeah,
if I may. Sorry.
Go ahead. Lake, go ahead.
The reason why I had told you to hold back was because of the cavalry, and I did not want you to get caught out in column with the cavalry charging you.
Absolutely. I thought it was impossible cliffside, and then suddenly not. I very much could have been caught out then. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. So like, no, hold back. Just if they charge, artillery will blast them. And I realized, my artillery was a juicy target. So it was like when the cavalry was done, it's like, all right, now you can advance and attack.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Okay. Let's see. I just want to add, don't be too hard on yourselves, because you're dealing with a complicated situation. You're dealing with fog of war. You're dealing with delays. You don't know the rules as players because we deliberately conceal the rules from players because we don't want anyone to game the system or exploit anything in the rules. It isn't easy to do this stuff. I mean, it's easy to play the game, but to call the right shots is very, very hard. There's a saying we have, and it says, you're in command, but you're not in control. This is not like another game where you're in control. It's something different where you can kind of influence what happens next, but you're mistaken if you feel that you have perfect control over what happens next. You absolutely don't. You have influence, not control. You're in command, not in control. All right, Theo, I think you're last but not least. Go ahead. What do you have?
Goodness. First of all, I really enjoyed this. I usually play board games, and just to the point you just made, where you're basically playing chess with a war theme. You're not really playing a war game where you're not in control of everything. So I really had the great. This is my first time. I think not really having. I don't have Steam or a tabletop simulator yet, so I'm just looking at a general map. And I'm going by, we discussed a plan in the beginning where I'm basically the left flank of the army and I'm trying to get to St. Blaise. So I just tried to follow that. I didn't really notice the delay in orders too much because I just kind of try not to second guess myself all the time. And I got spooked. I think I heard a cavalry report was coming in from Jouet to the north. So I probably kept too many troops to the left too long, but I probably also should have. If I had known not to worry about that, I would have sent more troops in column up the road so that I could really get a good flank attack in. But I figured I didn't know anything what was going on to my right. All I could see was the line in front of me. So I figured let me just attack as aggressively as I can. So even if the attack fails, I'm drawing attention to my side, and then the guys to my right can push up and take the objectives. Didn't know that was a vineyard there. Yeah, I figured the stream might cause some problems crossing it, but I wanted to make it in line anyway, again, because I'm thinking I got cavalry on my left flank, which turned out not to be the case. And then just pushed forward, and my commander trusted me with the elite battalions. So I said, okay, great, let me get a flanking thing. And basically the first battalion hung in there, just regular infantry. They almost didn't make a square, but then they fended off that cavalry attack. Other than that, I was having trouble pushing, of course, past the canister, which is why I wanted the skirmishers to target the gunners and keep them suppressed a little bit, so I can get a massive infantry assault up the hill. But that's about it. Great fun. I hope I earned some of the trust of the commander.
Well, you did, and you illustrated a key concept that I like to point out for everyone, which is that you can be a complete newcomer to the game, and you can still win. Which is different. Any other war game that you pull off the shelf and play with someone else, if you play against a person who's played once or twice or several times, you're at an incredible disadvantage, and you're almost guaranteed to always lose against them.
Especially if they're a rules lawyer.
Exactly. Whereas in Kriegspiel, it is not that way at all. I assure you all, for all of my knowledge and expertise, I lose pretty consistently and reliably. So, in fact, it's
I've
even
seen you
a
win.
joke. What's that?
I've seen you win.
Yeah, but not as often as you've seen me lose, Lake.
True,
Yeah, I mean,
true.
we've all seen him win.
Oh,
the
hey,
one or
Carter.
two times everybody was there. But
Carter, you've been here. Have you been watching? Have you been watching or just tuned in?
just tuned in when the debrief started.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it would be cool to have your thoughts on all this. Anything you want to contribute? Carter's one of our master umpires, just as Lake is, by the way.
Oh man.
Go ahead, Carter. Anything you want to throw out there?
I think, as having not watched the game play out, I can't say anything regarding the actual events, but I was hearing a lot of people mentioning getting spooked or getting conflicting orders, and it's definitely something that I've seen when I'm touring, especially I'm in Mississippi this summer. I've been touring some of these Civil War battlefields out here, and you see it happen all the time. Is a commander gets spooked or gets a report and backtracks on his orders. He'll immediately try and change the plan. And there's a lot of, there's certain situations where that can help, but there's a lot of situations where that actually hurts. If you are constantly changing the plan based on reports, you're not allowing your subordinates to get a good grip around what they're actually trying to do. If their instructions are constantly changing, they are also having to change their own instructions to their units, and so that creates a lot of trouble. And so what I was hearing about commanders getting spooked or issuing orders that would change every few minutes, right, that can be disastrous. And so that's a classic Kriegspiel problem. I think there's, when you have to change the situation, or when you have to change the plan, you do have to, right? But I think there's a certain skill that players and real combat generals, right, have, and it's a real skill that you have to learn when to change your orders and when to just inform your subordinates of changes in the situation. And I think that we saw some pretty good examples of that, of people having their brains all frazzled because of differing instructions and that kind of thing. So I think that was really kind of interesting that was observed in this battle.
Yeah, good job. Good commentary. That's wonderful insight.
I will also say, to respond to, sort of as a response to that, I wasn't spooked by the cavalry. I was frustrated by it, but I wasn't spooked.
Right.
I didn't really change my plans because I saw the cavalry. I stuck with them until I realized, okay, most of the forces there, I got to change my plans because I ain't getting my artillery up there to bombard St. Blaise.
Yeah, I think that the big thing, right, is there's a difference between actually issuing new orders to your subordinates and simply informing them of a change in the situation, right? So you can alert your subordinates that, hey, your objective remains the same, but there's this threat that I want you to be aware of, right? Whereas if you just give another order, there's cavalry over here, go this place, right? You might not have the best situational awareness of what they're actually doing, right? So I think as a general rule, and I'm not, and again, I didn't watch the stream. I didn't watch this battle go down, so I can't make a specific example out of this battle. But I think that it's important, as a general rule, to inform rather than order. Once the plan is in motion, changes to the actual orders can be very detrimental to the command and control of the unit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good stuff.
And I haven't stated my opinions on the
go
the
ahead.
order system yet. I was sort of waiting on when people were beginning to talk about that, and it was sort of general about when they did it at their time, so that's fine. I thought it might just be I'm not very familiar with the system, or at least the 5-minute increments. It might have been the new rules for delayed orders, but it felt like everything was moving very slowly, and I think some people on the other side can agree. Things are moving very slowly.
Yeah, we timed the turns themselves. They were taking, on average, maybe 10 minutes. We had a number of turns that were processed in under 10 minutes, and then we had some that went as much as 15. All of them, though, at or below the standard of 15 minutes, which is really pretty good.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, so the turns moved quickly.
Yeah, turns moved quickly, yes. Units did not move quickly. And so I was frustrated at how slow things were going, but I was like, okay, I'll go with the punches. It is frustrating to see, like, it's moving slower than a tortoise in a race against a hare, but yeah.
Well, that's the feeling we wanted to reproduce, because I imagine that's how both sides' commanders probably felt. We wanted to introduce a level of frustration and basically command friction, which we don't simulate very well in our games at present. So I wanted to play with it and see if it created an experience that was compelling and creates new opportunities, as well as being frustrating, but maybe in a fun way. Or maybe it's like hitting yourself with a hammer. I don't know which.
It's a little bit like hitting yourself with a hammer when elites take a long time to move downhill into a valley. Because they're at the high point of a hill. There's a valley right there. Their orders are to go down into the valley. It takes them 15 minutes to get down there. It doesn't feel that accurate, because elites, you would assume, are better trained, better drilled, and better spirited in fighting. If these were militia units and it took them that long to understand orders and commit, I'd understand that. It would make sense to have a bit of a delay. But when it comes to higher quality troops, you'd expect that things would move off a bit quicker.
Well, that's really good feedback. Good feedback. Anybody else, particularly with regards to the order delay? Were you hitting yourself with a hammer?
How much quicker, though? And again, I'm looking. I don't have my head wrapped around the entire scale. 18th and 19th century marching formations, I would think, would take some time to get from place to place, especially in lines.
Yes, the order went out for the infantry at what I was referencing at 6:50, the turn time 6:50. And they got down there at 7:05. It took them about 15 minutes to get down there, which, when it's over what is essentially 200-ish paces. No, wait, sorry, no, it's where's the ruler? It is. It's it's more appropriate to like 650. Okay, I might be correct. Might be a little mistaken. It didn't take as long as okay. It must have been a bit of the I comments withdrawn. I will say.
I'm thinking of Sult at Austerlitz, and it took him like 15 to 20 minutes to be in position. I mean, of course, Napoleon timed it exactly, but I don't know what the exact scale was. But it took them some time to get down in the valley and then out of the fog.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like the order delay. I have a personal preference that I like longer turn times. I just find it's more fun when you can sort of get more into a gaming session. So I tend to prefer just larger battles with larger units, large and longer turn times. But that's just a personal preference. That's not really directly related to the order delay, which I thought was fun.
Good. Okay, well, I think it's time to wrap up. If anyone has further commentary, or if you want to write an after action report, or you have something to say about this experience, be brutally honest. I can take a compliment. Um, you can say whatever. You can say good, bad, or ugly. Please post it in the
Definitely
Discord.
good.
Post it in the Discord forum and let people know. Because the idea is if there is a feature that you particularly like about this experience, other umpires will pick it up and incorporate that feature into their systems and their games, and it might prove worthwhile and improve the experience for everyone. On the other hand, if there's a feature that you thought was an absolute disaster, it's also okay to mention that. We have a skin, and it won't hurt our feelings. We'll say, well, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. This particular battle was part experiment. I got a lot of good information and feedback from it, and I'm just very appreciative to everyone who is here. I'm especially appreciative of the umpires, Achilles, Portals, let's see, Nick, Zeke, not Theo, he was a player. Although I'm appreciative of him being here. And who am I missing? I'm missing one. Did someone leave? I can't.
Bill.
Bill. That's right. That's right. Steel Partridge. That's right. Um, Greatly appreciate all of you and your being here. And again, you can watch the full recap of this on YouTube anytime you like, because it was live streamed there, and it will be there for you to check out any time in the future. I want to thank everybody who came to visit and watch. Let's see. We had real quick. We had Eli Grau. We had Peter. We had Otto. We had Jan. We had, I thought, one or two others. Let's see here. Yeah, and we had the spammer. I want to thank you for the spammer who probably posted more comments than anyone. Really appreciate it, man. I'm sorry we had to report you. You'll probably get banned, but thanks anyway for tuning in. We appreciate the extra views. Okay, well, thank you all, and we will see you all on the next adventure.